Hello. I am here. Welcome to the streams. Today we'll be making explosions. Simple as that. Hopefully the audio isn't too crazy. I think it might be still too little loud. And unfortunately, I can't test it. Spicy audio today, spicy. Let me know if the music is too blaring. I feel like it's usually a little quieter, but we're rocking out today. Still good though? There, I got it pumping at about 36 decibels, negative 36 decibels, which is usually about where we put things. So, should be good. But thank you for the feedback, Reawakened. All right, let's get into it. So, this is how far I got in this explosion so far. I got 8 frames into it, and I'm on the 8th frame, and that's where I'm at. So this is before when I made the explosion, I just did it based on my own intuition, which is woefully underdeveloped. I haven't made enough explosions to have like that instinct, but I wanted to do it anyways. And so I went back and I studied more explosions that I liked, namely from like Metal Slug, for instance. I love their explosions. The way they do things is like, I'm trying to be like them, but not as detailed as them, because that's an insane amount of work. The detail in Metal Slug is like so smooth and so intricate that I'm like doing kind of like a distillation of it. And besides, like my pixel art generally isn't, the rest of the game isn't hyper detailed anyways, you know, so it's I'm trying not to go that route, but I'm very much influenced by Metal Slug here. I'm trying to use a similar color palette, and but I'm still just drawing it based on how it's like my interpretation of it. So it's a lot more detailed. The color is definitely more right. And what I was not doing that I had realized as I was creating the explosion originally, here I can show the old explosion here. Or can I? Did I delete it? I think I deleted it off this one. Hold on. It's in here though. It's on the outline one. Okay, so here's the old explosion that I did. And so like one thing is, what I was trying to go is for like a starker contrast overall, using the deep blacks combined with the oranges. So this is kind of like my naked pass at doing an explosion. Okay, Alex, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And so I went with like the colors I was using for the fire, and I just did it throughout. And one thing that as I was studying explosions that I had realized was that explosions change their tone throughout the explosion. So they start really bright, and then they kind of like slowly fade into like a dark orange, dark black into the smoke, and as they dissipate. And so for this one, my first mistake was using the same orange the entire time. Like the colors didn't evolve at all. The shape in the cloud formation was okay. It's like a cartoony, it feels okay. The like action lines were kind of a little too chaotic and not well positioned. So that part was kind of, I was just kind of taking a naked stab at it, right? Like just a raw pass, just see how I did. And I failed. But the smoke dissipation and stuff was good. So there's like some instincts in here that I feel are good. But what I ended up doing was studying Metal Slug explosions. And so it starts off brighter, and it's got a little shockwave in there, and it starts with, you know, we got the absolute white in there that like, I mean, I don't think it's pure white, but it's like pretty out there. So it's like, oh my God, like a big flash. And then as it evolves and turns more into smoke, you're going to see that the tone starts to darken. So here it's like, you see how it switches into like a darker, we're getting into dark, we're starting to get into smoke here. And so it's like, you can see it start to go dark, and we're going to slowly convert it into, well, this is an unfinished frame. That's where we're at. It gets darker and darker till it's black with like red, almost lightning looking edges in it. It'll make sense once we get to it, but we're only 8 frames deep. So it starts bright, and then it slowly gets into a darker orange. And it is a shit ton of detail, and it's a big explosion for this little guy. This little guy comes in. He's just running in, ready to go. I'm gonna change the coloring to match on the flame as well, because it's a little too dark, a little too desaturated and dark. So it's funny how contextually colors make a big difference. So anyways, this little guy comes in, and then he's got a pretty big explosion. But I just tested it in game. I have the Goblin Bomber in game now. And Here, let's get like a ground arcana here. All right, so here he comes. He's coming. Boom. So there you go. It's not fully integrated perfectly yet, but the explosion size, I was worried that it was going to be a little too big, and it actually looks okay. He's going to be a little misaligned right now because I'm still developing him. But another thing that I did was I added in the rest of the leaves into the background over the weekend so that you got more chonkier, bigger leaves everywhere. And it's a nice, you got the nice sway on all the leaves. I still need to offset them a little bit so they're not as synced as they are right now. That's something I need to do. Should probably get some notations going for these thoughts. There's lots to do. Is there ink in this pen? Let's see. We are currently listening on Twitch to the Final Fantasy Tactics A2 soundtrack, one of my favorite soundtracks. And we're listening to lo-fi on YouTube and TikTok. So let's see. Leaves, offset leaves. I didn't stream yesterday because I was hyper focused on getting this explosion working. Over the weekend, I also got the intro animations implemented, but I'm not going to show that just now. I'll show it when it's the full title screen. I've decided that it's not going to be the intro of the level, but it's going to be the intro of the game. It's going to be like the title screen. We're going to start at the top of the level and then pan down on the first new game. So we have to continue this explosion. As you can see, it's getting darker, darker. And then we need to get the next iteration, which is even darker here. And I need to make sure that the smoke, there's some continuity to the smoke. And I did this on the iPad, and it was honestly a pain in the ass to try to do this on the iPad. Because I couldn't do this. I couldn't just like flip between frames. And that's why I stopped, because I was like... yesterday I was going and I stopped at this point because I'm like, I can't guarantee that this smoke is going to be fluid. And this is when it gets tricky because it has to be... There's no more like rapid expansion at this point. It's just a slow evolution. I am happy though that the scale of it is fine, because I was worried that I might have to resize it, and that would have been a pain in the butt. A real pain in the butt. But yeah, I'm streaming now because I'm making up for yesterday because I didn't stream. I feel bad. I know I'm not super consistent, but I'm always working on the game, whether I'm streaming or not. And sometimes I just need to be solo deving. But this is actually, I was planning to just not stream again today, but then I felt bad. So you guys are seeing some of my more raw development here. But who am I kidding? Everything I do is always a little bit raw. So this explosion is insanely work intensive. There's a lot of little details to get all the smoke and all the coloring implemented. So I'm hoping by the end of stream today that we have another 8 frames. And I think that's probably going to take like 5-6 hours. At least, if not a full 8. It's going to be insane. And it's just the way that it is. But honestly, streaming is probably the best situation for this scenario because of the fact that when I stream, I lock in. But yeah, it's a bit I'm at a bit of an unusual time. Usually a lot later, but just is what it is, man. I can't be predicted. Unfortunately, I don't stream at the most consistent times. I am a werewolf. A daywalker today. This is true. So right now I'm generally just trying to like put a basis for the shapes. And this is going to be just intricate iteration. I just want a subtle flow and evolution to the smoke, the fire turning into smoke. I don't want to skip too many pixels because I don't have like, I need to make this work for 8 frames. So I need to make sure that it doesn't, I don't spend all my distance too rapidly. So I'm trying to dial some of it back. Good old animation, baby. For the most part, up to this point, I've been able to make the explosion pretty like the rapid expansion. A lot of these frames have like a little bit of connectivity, but nothing too crazy. But now it's getting into that like subtle movement. You know, things have to now gently progress from this point forward. We're already starting to see it here, starting to slow down. So it's like rapid expansion, and then now it's turning into a little mushroom cloud. And it's going to look something like this, just a little bit darker on this next frame. And so I'm just using these general shapes to kind of get like at least a general ballpark. And then we'll have to go in and put in some nice coloring. It is a process. Yeah. 2D pixel art can be labor intensive, but it's so worth it if you have the patience and the time. Like studying the metal slug explosions, which is what inspired my explosion here. It's very much, I'm like using, I'm trying to use their color palette as much as possible, and kind of like a minor, it's like maybe 60% of the detail that they use. They go like full 110% on detail, and I'm like doing like a simplified version of like a metal slug thing. Because if I was going to animate that, I would need like 40 frames, or like not 40, but at least like 30 frames, where I'm trying to do it in like 16 frames. And the amount of detail is like insane. The fluidity of their animations, it's just like insane. And I have to draw the line somewhere. I can't be doing that level and then ever be expect to be done. So but I love them, so I'm going to try to like make a version of it, you know? And it's still going to be labor intensive a lot of times, so still a lot of investment. Do you use any Sprite plugins? Also, how's everything been? Last saw you before Xmas. Always miss my streams. What's up, APOC? Well, Happy New Year. I do have some Sprite extensions. Yeah, there's like a centering extension, which like oddly copies the thing you're centering. So it's kind of weird, but it does work. And I've had other like miscellaneous extensions but I don't really use them that much, to be honest. The centering one is like the only one. There's some interesting ones out there. I mean, for certain scenarios, they could be useful. There's like an isometric grid one. If you're ever making like isometric games, could be useful. But yeah, I don't really have any ones that I use and abuse a lot. You're about to start drawing different particle effects and was looking at a plugin called Loop Draw. Looks really useful for stuff like this. Curious if I've used it. No. You definitely want to try to use as much shortcuts as possible, but sometimes you just got to sit down and just do the work. And it's one of those scenarios. I've been wanting to improve my explosions for a while, and I just know that I have to grunt and just do the work to really learn. Just get in there and make it happen, you know? I don't know, it's one of those scenarios where it's like, give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats for life. And I'm trying to understand explosion effects a little bit better. And I think I've done that. And it's just a matter of seeing what I'm able to pull out today. But I'm curious what loop draw does. There's nothing wrong with using useful tools. Not at all. Tricky part is understanding the fundamentals of what you're trying to do. So it's kind of interesting to like show on stream how my last stream I was doing my initial pass on the explosion, just showing my raw understanding of it, which I felt like I'd more developed like smoke dissipation understanding, but the actual explosion itself I was just kind of guessing. And it worked. It honestly was okay, but it wasn't the caliber I wanted, so we're going for more caliber. Higher caliber. Looks great so far. What's this explosion going to be used for? Here, I'll show you. I implemented the Goblin Bomber. He is an insane character. See the goblin? He comes in. He's like a creeper. He's like misaligned right now because he's not fully built correctly, but you see, he's not fully functional yet. He just has kind of a basic functionality right now. I need to refine his implementation, but that's the goblin dude. And so yeah, we're just trying to get his explosion to look a lot nicer. Oh yeah. If you're talking about from December till now, yeah, there's been a ton of evolution for sure. getting ever so closer to actually having enough content for a demo. I am really just trying to piece together enough stuff so that I can do a trailer for the damn game. It's a process and not a long one. But honestly, I think I'm going pretty quick, considering like there's a lot of evolution happening quickly. If you look at it over like a course of a few months, you know, like you see a lot of progress. I actually had a pretty productive weekend getting all the leaves in the spring intro were completely animated now. And I got like the intro assets all working. So the title screen it's almost going to happen. It's coming soon. Man. See that you also saw the dragon when you first got here. You've been drawing like 6 or 8 hours a day and it's still nowhere close to done with my character sprites. Basically making character creator can use a player to NPCs later. It's such a slow process. It is. You just, you know, one thing I remember hearing this this artist who people were like, how do you do it? And like, how do you get so good? And he's like, actually, I'm not like, the guy said, I'm actually not particularly talented. It's just that every day I just keep showing up. I just keep showing up. And it's so true. Ra, thank you for the follow. It's like, with enough, I mean, you got to think in digital art, you get as many undos as you want, as many retries as you want, and the only excuse to have something bad is, well, there is no excuse. It's like the only reason it's bad is because you stopped iterating on it, you stopped working on it. And that's how I do things. I'm like, sometimes I like churn out crap, but I'll go back and I'll redo it and I'll try to understand why it was crap and see if I can make it better. And I just keep showing up. And if you just keep every day just laying a few pixels at a time, you know, a few hundred pixels at a time, you're eventually going to have like a body of work. It's just the way it is. Gotta stick with it. Do do do. Setio, what's going on? Thank you so much for the raid. Set, what's going on? How was your stream? So you work on explosions, had to tune in. We're doing it. Doing explosions. And me O'Malley, is it not a long process? Polishing up your levels. Nice, nice. We're just talking about how it's all about just showing up. Keep going. Pixel art is a lot of effing work, but it will pay off if you stick with it. I'm hoping to get another 8 frames today. Well, really 9 frames. And I think it's going to take me hours. Oh, for 9 frames. Oh, no. Working on getting Steam page this month. Sure is, but the payoff is worth it. Hell yeah. You do enjoy, though it's pretty relaxing in the end. Yeah. Well, Set, I got my Steam page up. I don't even have a trailer up, though, but I did get the Steam page live. Let me know when you get your Steam page up. I'll shoot you a wish list. Beautiful big explosion, though. Thanks, man. It's very much influenced by Metal Slug. It's a slightly more simplified detail-wise than Metal Slug, because Metal Slug's like hyper detailed, and but I'm using like a similar color palette. And just general theory behind the explosion, which is mainly, it starts bright, it turns into like a cloud, and then it starts to darken. So it starts really bright, and then it gets like darker orange red, and then this one, it doesn't, I'm not showing the full color yet, but it's going to continue to like darken until it's like a black cloud, you know? So there's that evolution. And that very much came from just studying explosions from Metal Slug. Because I thought they nailed it. So I'm taking a little bit of their structure and theory, and I'm trying to expand on it with my style a little bit. Just take it in my direction in ways that I can. But honestly, they pretty much perfected it. So I feel like I'm doing like a lesser degree of what they did. But it's still like an upgrade from what I had. I did like last stream I did my raw take on an explosion. It was just very simple, and the color didn't even evolve or anything. So it's like I'm happy I did it, because it was like learning what I think I know. And then coming to terms with the reality of like, oh, I need to study this more. So it goes. Yeah, but the details are like obscene in an explosion. There's just so much little deals that I have to keep fluid from this frame on. So it's like gonna be a lot of tiny steps. Haven't done an explosion myself yet. Did a lot of water animation in college though. Research. I did. I only did for the water. Like all I have is like the waterfall. Here I can show you the game. Like you can see the waterfall on the corner, and so like this is like, I feel like my biggest take on water is the waterfall, and then the water itself. I did kind of like a general. I ran a Lewis script on the reflection to give it kind of a little bit of a sway, and then there's just some like particles kind of animating gently because it's just like a subtle river. But the waterfall is like my main take on water. I consider it like a molasses drippy sort of style. And I feel like I need to continue evolving with water, but that's where I'm at with it. It's kind of my take on it. It's a pretty one though. Thanks. Honestly, it's evolved a lot. It's been a long, slow process. As you can see, as we iterate on this. I really wish I did stream yesterday, honestly, because I think I probably would have been farther along on this explosion. But it is what it is. I had a really productive weekend, so it's like, it's all good. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-boom. All right, let's get into the rest. Riyin, thank you for the follow. Okay, this part's trickier. Do 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 do. I'm breathing in your ear. I'm sorry. Is that too much human contact? I'll start breathing strangely. Yeah, you say, huh? Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day.
Come on.
Fannin, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Gyro, yo. What it do? Okay, we need that to just start to decay. Ba-bum-bum. Dun-dun-dun. Looks like I'm just in time. Some ASMR snoring. Does pixel art pay well, by the way, or is it just a passion thing? Oh, I think you can get paid well as a pixel artist if you freelance a lot and make the right connections. I don't think there's a million pixel artist jobs out there, but I'm doing my own thing right now. So like, this is all self-investment, you know, because I'm trying to make a game that I can hopefully sell and make money from that. So I'm, you know, incurring all the risk. Basically, it boils down to, can you sell games? And that is one tricky thing to do. It goes well beyond pixel art. But trying to have good art in your game can be pretty good thing. But I think we've observed that you don't even necessarily have to have the best art for your game to be good. But it doesn't hurt. If your name isn't freelance a lot, then you're screwed. Good style design, use color theory can save those of us who wouldn't be able to draw, even to save our lives. I think there's some truth to that there is a fundamental framework that can make your art better, even with limited skill. But that's all skill unto itself. You know, just being a designer, to be able to make those choices, to say that like, oh, this color combination, this color harmony is good, whatever. For me, it's trial and error. Like I do stuff, I just try it out and react to it. And I'm usually redoing stuff a bunch. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da. What's up, Dura? Looks sweet. Explosion time, baby. There are some tricks that can help in that case. You're game dev yourself, and art is on the weak side alongside with almost everything else except for game design, narrative design, and stubbornness. So yeah, there's always a way. Yeah, man, if you just show up and you iterate, you'll find a way. I think as a game dev, you strive to be good at everything. And I mean, for instance, I just bought a bunch of books on writing, and I'm going to study writing so that I can kind of refine my approach to storytelling. And I like learning stuff about how to properly pace and tell a story, because I think that's going to make a difference. Because, I mean, game dev is pretty in-depth storytelling process that goes kind of above and beyond. And it can hurt. So that's something I'm going to be looking into. Got like a book on grammar and vocabulary, and then just generally how to be like better writer. Because I'm going to be writing some dialogue for the game, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of like, there's not going to be like a novel in the game, but like understanding pacing in a story, I think generally is going to be a powerful tool. You just strive to do it all, baby. I also think learning more about writing and structure in general is going to enhance my ability to enjoy reading fiction more. Because I like reading fiction, but I don't do it often enough. But I think that if I study writing, it tends to be the seed of my interest. So like, if I understand kind of the rules and the techniques that goes into writing, it's going to make me have this like deeper appreciation for what I'm reading. So not only is it the narrative that's interesting, it's like, oh, so they approached it by doing it this way, or like, oh, they're not using like as many adjectives, or like they're doing certain things. And like, this is like the type of stuff I have to do to like have an interest in a deeper interest in something, because I've been trying to find ways to deepen my interest in reading in general, because the only things I ever really read are technical, like textbooks and, you know, coding or just stuff that's like how to, and I read fiction more rarely, and I want to get more into fiction generally, deeper, because I think it's going to enhance my abilities as a game dev. And just also, you know, reading is it's a beautiful thing, you know? And I know that if I'm like able to analyze people's writing styles, it's going to make me more of an avid reader, 100%. Because that's how I work, man. Looks like a lot of work. How many frames in this one? So far, this is the 8th frame. And overall, I'm going to go for 16 frames on it. And yeah, it is a lot of work, man. It's like an insane amount of work. But it's nice to just sit here and be able to chill with you guys as I do it. Writing the trickiest art of game dev. You need to be on both sides of the spectrum, newbie and master, to succeed. Is that argument of like architect versus the gardener kind of a thing? I've worked on narratives side for so long that I decided to work on a game with almost no lore and story. Try reading classical sci-fi authors like Asimov, Bradbury, Strugatsky. They have something special. I'll have to check it out. One thing, I have like these tips that come up on TikTok a lot, that is like this screenwriter, and he's been doing it for like 30 years and talks about something really interesting about characters in general, how you don't want to overdevelop them too early, that you want them to kind of come in as like a one-dimensional character, which I thought was like an interesting concept. Meaning, like, if they're the bitchy one, or they're like the rogue, or the fun police. I don't know. They come in as like a one-dimensional character, and then as you tell the story, you then introduce like their deeper dimensions as you're going. But you want to start as like they start one-dimensional. The way he described it was like, you don't want to make your characters three-dimensional. He's like, we all love three-dimensional characters, but you want it to like start simple, because if you try to give all their dimensions too quickly, that it's like a too much and people don't know how to feel. But if you just say like, oh, that's like the quirky one, like whatever, like in Rugrats, Chucky, he's like, that's the fearful one, and then Tommy's the brave one, that's the brave one. And then you like go like deeper, like how would the brave one react in this scenario? Oh, they do it this way, like why? It's like you're able to explore deeper into the character over time, but you don't want to dump too much at once, give it all away. Stuff like this is like, I find really interesting, because I love movies and shows and reading like just narrative in general, but I don't really ever think about it too deeply. I just kind of enjoy it, and I'm trying to like get more on the analytical side of it so that I can replicate it. Characters need to grow with you as you work, because you're going to understand them better. Yeah, true. It makes it feel fake. Yeah, true. Like, you're like, Chucky's fearful because he was traumatized by this one thing. And, it's like if you tell everything all at once, it can just it's just too much. You're like, oh, he's fearful. Then you just like feel the thing you feel towards the fearful character. Thought that was some powerful advice. I've always been impressed and blown away by Dan Harmon. Like he wrote Community and writes on Rick and Morty and stuff. His ability to create interest out of things, just making interesting plots generally, I find really fascinating, because one of the things that he says that I really resonate with is that romance is a spice. It's not like a plot. Like, it's not interesting on its face. Like, people falling in love, it's like a spice to something else interesting that's happening. And I always thought I resonated with that, because I'm like, I'm down for like a nice love story, but it can't be all that's happening. There needs to be like an apocalypse happening, or like the sun's about to explode and humanity's escaping Earth. It's like something interesting should be going on, and then like love happens. Like I think like, yeah. Like, I can't believe when I was younger, I used to watch like rom-coms and think they were legit. I'm like, ugh. When you're a teenager and you're just dripping in hormones for the first time, you're just like, it just feels good to feel. But then as you get old and you become bitter and you become desensitized, you're like, I don't care how you feel. Tell me something interesting. It's kind of funny. So there still should be like some feeling, obviously. Any good romance movie or story isn't about romance, actually. Interesting. Not an Adam Sandler rom-com fan? What? I mean, what? 50 First Dates? Sure, that's a funny movie. Like when they try to trick Drew Barrymore's character with the one dude like beating on Adam Sandler, but it's really his friend. He's just trying to like get her to stop, and she stops and starts beating the dude with a bat, and they're like, no, stop. There's some funny moments. Speaking of which, I heard that Adam Sandler had Happy Gilmore's coming out. Happy Gilmore 2 trailer dropped. I've only heard rumblings though. I haven't actually seen it. I don't know if it's like really true. Rumblings. Rumble. Let's do this dark. You feel like they're basically the same movie. It did. Oh boy, I gotta watch it. Well, if you're talking about rom-com stuff, I mean, some rom-coms can be really compelling. Like An Affair to Remember. If you talk about more the classic, like old school rom-coms, they're still good to me. What's up, Nature? Thank you for the 54 months. Damn.
RX just subscribed.
Let's go, man. How you doing? No, we got a strong weather front coming through. Like, An Affair to Remember is like, I don't know what era. Is it like 50s or 60s or something? It's an old school movie, but might even be like earlier than that. But it's like a tragic but beautiful love story. And it was back when, from the culture, you know, back in those days, marriage was just something everyone did to survive. And it was like much more important culturally. Nowadays, marriage is like, everyone's like, what the fuck's the point? You know, like it's way different now. And so rom-com stuff has like less traction. When back then it was like everyone was out on a mission to make it happen. And now it's like, if it happens, it's okay, but it's whatever, you know. Rom-com, dom-com, cold, where the heat we supposed to get. I know, damn. You mean My Fair Lady, Casablanca, they are good. That's what I'm saying. There are good love stories, but nowadays it's you know, I don't know. I like love stories that are wrapped in an interesting story otherwise. Having other stuff go on. I think like if you watch like Dan Harmon's Community, you'll kind of get that. You'll see how there is a lot of kind of rom-com-ish crap that happens, like drama, but he keeps other things happening, even though it's still pretty much like a family of people like hanging out and connecting. But he keeps like a lot of other things going on. It's pretty good. Pretty funny, pretty entertaining. I'd say what was like really interesting was recently like learning about how there's like horror films that are based in like rom-com, which is insane to me. I'm like, I can't believe of course it's a genre, you know, like. But I have to say, like, the deeper into the rom-com trope they go, the less interested I become. Like, for instance, Hard Eyes. I don't know if you guys have seen Hard Eyes. That's very, very rom-com oriented horror film. And then there's other ones that are, like, slightly more subtle about it, like Your Monster. Was it Warm Bodies? That was like the zombie that became like sentient, like still in touch with his human side and like fell in love with the lady. It's like a weird subgenre of horror film. Can't say I'm like a massive fan, but you know, it's whatever. Yesterday I finally finished watching the Paranormal Activity trilogy. Well, it's more than a trilogy. Basically showed like the origin of the paranormal, ghosty. It didn't seem to have like good ratings, and I don't know. I guess it was kind of forgettable, but it was okay. I enjoyed it. I think like Paranormal like 1 and 2 are probably the best. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 ba, da, bum, ba, ba, da, bum, bum, bum. Posture check. Honestly, I need like a timer to tell me to just get up. I'll go to the bathroom real quick. Just be like a minute. Back to work. Nature with the hydrate. Oops. Don't lie to me. I know you meant it. You sick bastard. All right. We continue. Bye bye. Damn. Ba-da-dam, bam. Did anyone get cranked for St. Patrick's Day? I almost went and bought alcohol and streamed an alcohol stream. But then I decided I didn't want to drink at all. Not even in the slightest. And now I don't even have a hangover. It's beautiful. You didn't think about it? I was supposed to stream. That's why I was thinking about it. Like, hey, I could just drink and work on explosions. And I just basically sat there and just worked on explosions and just didn't drink and didn't stream. But at least, like, it's good because now I can at least show off part of the explosion when before I had nothing, you know? You could have gotten some baked potatoes. I did. I had some fries. Is that not baked enough for you? Bow, baby, bow. Rig-a-day-down. Boom, boom, ba-dam. Dun, dun, dun. You did have some baked potatoes? With some sour cream? Sour cream? I had a Chipotle burrito, and I have another Chipotle burrito. I bought two. And I could have a Chipotle burrito anytime I want. It's just waiting for me. Isn't life great? Yeah, the fries I had were left over from Wingstop. So I did get some potato in. All right. I wasn't lying. I ate potatoes. potato. Ba-da-bum. Sour cream, yes. Chipotle sounds pretty good right now. Burritos are pretty good, but I hate the part when they scream when you bite into them. The hell's wrong with you? The hell kind of horror movie burrito are you biting into? Never mind, I don't want to know. Just when chat comes alive with sick, disgusting stories about their burritos. Ring, data, ding, ding. Dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no wonder. We were listening to like an extended version of this song. That's why it lasted so long. We're going to switch gears now. We're going to get off the Tactics A2. So I believe it has... I believe it is over. I'm falling apart. All right. We shut off the audio from the browser. Now we're going to switch over to... Who wants to listen to some Corona? I'm still feeling like synthy symphonics. So we're gonna go into some chrono. For those of you on Twitch. Me. Explosions. Chipotle with some Diablo sauce. I believe I have some Diablo sauce. Ba, 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 ba. Ba-da-ba. Well, I've been streaming for 2 hours, and I'm still working on this one frame. Yeah, it does take time. It's true. Dun, dun. Zombie chick with good vibes. How you doing? Thank you for the good vibes, my lady. Ha. I love you long time. Oh my. Oh my. You go to bed, me lord. All right, you go to bed. Thank you for stopping by. Bringing light into my life. Maybe extend this here. Dun, 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 dun. You are fabulous and wonderful. Well, rest well. You've earned yourself a nice rest. This explosion is exploding. Although we still have a few frames that are going to be difficult, I think they're going to get progressively easier. It's kind of not true, though. They're all going to be a pain in the ass. Observer. Silfrin, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you guys doing? How was your stream? Appreciate the raid. Oh, click, click, click. Clicking around, doing clicky stuff. It's looking awesome. I'm working on an explosion. Oh, it's taking forever. And it's okay. But it's coming along. It's coming along. Here, I'll show you in context. It's for the game I'm making. It's called Woods of War. Tower defense game. I'm coding in C++ and SDL2 from scratch. No game engine. I'm doing all the arts. And it is a card game tower defense fusion. And so you come in with your cards, and then you got this dude coming in and exploding shit. It's not fully functional yet. It's a little bit faulty because I only just got it into the code. But yeah, you just keep getting cards. Here's another one. It's the Goblin Bomber. He's not fully developed yet, but he's getting there. So that's what we're working on, trying to make the explosion satisfying. Oh, save. What's up, Observer? Looks so good. Thank you. Well, how was your stream? Did you guys have a good time? Got Isaac the Icicle supporting. Mestry, what's going on? You like him? He looks funny in a good way. Yeah, he is. He's based on Marty Freeman from Young Frankenstein. So he's kind of a madman. I'm gonna redo that flame a little bit to match the explosion more. But yeah, he's a bit of a madman. He's a bit of a nut job. It was good. Well, I am glad. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, please go take care of yourself. I will do my best to take care of your crew. I will do my best. I've got a bunch of frames to do, so we'll be here for at least 1,000 more hours. So we've been here for 2 hours, and I've just been working on this one frame. And it was already kind of started. So we're gonna slowly evolve this explosion. We're getting to the point where it needs to just slow down. So it's like the rapid expansion's done, and now we have to slowly dissipate it. So each frame that we do now is going to be pretty much the prior frame, but we're going to be deepening the colors. So you can see, like, it starts out very bright, and then as it progresses, you get like the shockwave stuff, and then from here, you're going to see it starts to darken into darker orange, then it gets even darker, and then now to this frame even darker. So it's just going to be progressing, getting darker till it's like a black smoke. And you can see the movement on the last few frames are just slowing down because we just want it to like be like a plumage, plume of smoke that is gently polluting the atmosphere. The nest is Buscemi. Okay. Back to it. One thing I also wanted to do, as things progress, I wanted them to slightly swirl. And I realized that I haven't been doing that as much. Oh, my power just flickered. I hope I don't disappear. So let's see. Let's make sure we get the nice swirl. And I want the swirl to be it's not the bottom layer, it's the top layer, the plume. It's the mushroom cloud. The mushroom cloud part will start to swirl. And I'm basing this off of the metal slug explosions. I studied them a lot. And they have like swirls within swirls, right? So they have like big macro swirls, and then within the macro swirls, there's like sub swirls. And I don't know how much of any of it I'm going to be able to do. I think even just having a little bit will be good. Like from this frame, you can see these frames. There's a bit of a swirl, just at least between these two. Things are starting to swirl a little bit, but it only lasts for these 2 frames. So I basically need to like start to do it here again. And then, but now just do it more gently, more consistent. So not the bottom row, but the top row. So let's see. Let's get our swirl on. Swirls within swirls within swirls. You're still here? Wait, what do you mean? I've been here the whole time. Perhaps that was not aimed at me. Explosions for the win. What's up, Gam? Gameta swirlplosion. We gotta get that swirl. So we just gotta spin this a little bit. Let's got a little break in the middle. So we're doing multiple things at once. We're swirling and we're also darkening the colors as we go. It's a lot of progression, but subtle. It can't be covering too much real estate because we don't want to skip away from what we have. A bit of emotion there. And then here, let's see if I can just probably just rotate it a little bit like this. Get all that. Clean it up. So the ones on the right, I want them to swirl clockwise, and then I want the ones on the opposite side to go counter. So hopefully I can keep track of that as we go through this very slow process. The absolute patience of animating pixel art. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's true. It requires a little bit of patience. Spin it, spin it, spin it. This one is spinning the wrong direction. This is exactly why Mestri stopped doing pixel art. She rage quit because she's fucking over it, man. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to bully you, I promise. It really takes a lot of work, it's true. Especially something like this explosion, because it's a daunting amount of detail. And the funny thing is like I said, I'm basing this off of the metal slug explosion, but the level of detail that they go is like, oh my God, it's at least 50 times more detail than I'm putting in. So I'm kind of distilling it down into something a little bit more simple, something that I can achieve within a few days, as opposed to something that would take me like 2 weeks to do. So it's a little bit of a compromise, but I think like it has diminishing returns after a certain point, that you don't really need as much detail to pull off the experience, you know? And also I'm just trying to save time and not set the precedent that I have to do highly detailed explosions everywhere I go, because that would be just a pain in the butt. Well, thank you, Selfrin. It is a pain in the ass, but a nice pain. Like, it's worth it. It's worth the agony. I feel like I'm suddenly talking like a gotchi moment, but it's not, I swear. I'm just enjoying the pixel art, all right? Let's see, let's get this. It is smoke, so it can be a little bit loose, a little loosey-goosey. Let's see how we get this spin on over here. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum. Whoa, it was a little too much there, buddy. You've gone too far, Jim. Just got to get a little bit of rotation on these things. A little swirly. Swirl and dim, swirl and dim. Wow, wow, wow. But Sly, isn't all digital art pixel art? Big think? Nah. I wouldn't say that all digital art is pixel art. Because when you're working within a really fixed grid, it really forces some compromises that you wouldn't normally have to make. Plus, you have to do things without massive blending. Like in digital art, you can just blend to infinity till it's a big blurry blob. But in pixel art, that's actually something I've been doing more and more with my stuff. Is I've been taking out the blurs because I've been instinctually been wanting to blend certain things that were like gaseous or like particle engine type stuff. And even there, I'm like going back on it. I was using it a little bit on like shading stuff, and I'm like, nah, everything has to be banded. Everything needs to be just like very strictly pixel art and have harsh transitions. And where you get the soft transition feel is your mix of color, your gradation. And you're not like just perfectly blending between two colors. You just have to make two colors that sit next to each other nicely. And so you can't also make like the smooth rounded shapes that you could normal. This is kind of, it seems a bit of an exception on this because of the fact that it's a massive sprite. All right. I have tons of pixels to work with here, but it's still pixel art nonetheless. It's definitely not. For example, vector art is not pixel art unless that was sarcasm. This is Sly's chat after all. You know what? I'm pretty sure Gam was being sarcastic, but at the same time, I like to answer things seriously. Because, you know, it's always good when I have crap to talk about, so I don't just sit here silently working the whole time. You know, gotta gab about something. Everything on screen is made of pixels. So that's the point that obviously we all took from it, you know? Yes, of course, everything is pixels, but like the act of actually doing it in the different scenarios, like once you actually do it, that's why I was speaking to those other points that might have been like gone over people's heads thinking, oh yeah, it's just everything on screens in pixels. So of course everything's pixel art. That was the obvious point I was not stating out loud. Oh, we could talk about the secret bookshelf. That is not a bookshelf. You mean this bookshelf? It is a curtain, guys. It is a curtain, and I thought it looked cool. Silently, alone in my thoughts. Painting ominously. No, of course not. I did just buy some new books. I got some books on writing. I would like to become a better writer. Just decent enough to do the basics. Swirly, swirly, swirls. Gotta get them swirls on, man. Painting ominously. Shifty eyes, books. Oh, ye old PDF files. Your. Explosion. Meow, 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 meow. Bye bye. Mm-hmm. Explosion grind. Making great progress. Indeed, indeed we are. Oh, it's just insane. 3 hours, 1 frame, baby. Oh. Nice meeting you, Gyro. Be well, my friend. Be well. We'll be here. This frame is getting close, actually. Just got a few more sections, and then we'll move on.
on.
Catso Mood, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Seems we are on ads. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I think I'm gonna grab my Chipotle burrito too. BRB. Oh yeah. Got myself some Chipotle burrito here. Take a little burrito break. Yum, 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 yum. Yes. Gotta charge up. I didn't eat breakfast today yet, so I'm pretty hungry. Pretty hungry. It's just half of a burrito. Chicken. All right. Back at it again. It was a working lunch.
on.
Newvin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I think I have got a new frame.
Come on.
Coulter, thank you for the follow. So I think we're moving on to the next one. Almost. Got a few touch-ups here. So now it's getting even darker. So it starts out bright, darker orange, almost red, and now we're going to get into actual little black clouds. Or gray, rather. My bad. Kruger, what's going on? How's the dev going? It's going pretty good. He's currently working on the explosion for the Goblin bomber. And explosions are a lot of work, a lot of details. But I think I got through the worst of it, honestly, because I think these darker clouds, once it gets into the darker smoke, it's gonna get a little easier, I think, overall. But we'll see, because I still have to get through this frame. It's my first one with the dark smoke. There's already like a flow. Gotta add in still back a little bit of fiery vibe. Kadao, how you doing? Or Kodo. Kodo. Hodo. Hodo. Hold the dough. Hold on. Long time no see. What's going on, Tesla? How you doing? What it do? What it do? We're working on explosions today. Oops. Pulling out my earbud. Pretty good, man. It's a long process. That's all I can say. So far on stream, we've done one whole frame, and now we're on another frame. We've been here for almost 5 hours, so I've got one whole frame done. Now one plus. Frame plus is the frame we got done. And then this is the one we're working on, this darker one. These frames are the tricky ones because they all have to flow together. So they're like the same picture, but slightly different. You know? So that's makes it a pain in the butt. So it will indeed be a long arduous stream. And by the end, things will explode. All good. Started learning animations and video creation to promote my app. Nice. Good luck on your journey. Animation can be hard work, but it can be very gratifying. No, thank you, sir. Narati, what's going on? What software am I using? I am using Asprite. Do I use CMake as your build system? I do not. I use VS Code, and there is config files that come with compiling the C++ extension that I use. Don't use CMake. I just use whatever those configs are in VS Code. I've heard a lot of people bitch about CMake. I've never used it, so I don't know how to feel about it. The way that I usually deal with it, because I've made this game cross-platform in regards to being able to build it on both Mac and PC, and I have a GitHub, and I don't push. I just git ignore the config files. So for whatever respective environment I'm in, then I just, set up the specific build for that particular environment. And then I save a separate dummy config file that I can just push into the repo so I can reference stuff. So in case I need to do something create a environment from scratch, then I've got that. But from what I understand, CMake is what kind of handles that process, making it easier to make a universal config situation. But I'm okay with just having multiple configs. Just got to be on top of it. But who knows? I'm not against CMake or anything. I just never used it, so I don't know much about it. But from what I can tell, it seems like that's the issue that it would solve. I just assume that's what it's about. I'm just making assumptions. All right, give me that final fantasy music. Where are you? Where are you? I'm making weird noises now. I think I've finally lost it. Making explosions. Exploded my mind. Looking for the music that I want to play. It's around here. Here it is. Back on tactics, baby. But this is the other tactics. Messin? I don't know. CMake? No, not that. CMake can very quickly turn into dependency hell, but it's all right in your opinion. You're currently experimenting with switching to Messin from CMake, but it requires learning a completely new build language. Of the pixel art, how long have I been drawing? Been drawing for a couple of years in terms of digital art. But, you know, I've been drawing traditionally for like 20 years or something for a long time. Pixel art I've only been doing for just a couple years. But it's all art, you know? What was weird for me initially was translating my traditional art skills into digital art, drawing on the Wacom. Because it's at first it's really strange. But then once you adjust, then it's essentially the same thing as drawing traditionally, more or less. More or less, mostly less. It is kind of its own thing, but once you get accustomed to the texture and stuff of the screen, you end up having very similar results to what's in your sketchpad. Yeah, like CMake sounds like when you talk about dependency hell, it just sounds like NPM for JavaScript developers. Like I had enough of that. I was like, that was enough to talk me out of it. But to be fair, you know, I don't have a dev team. It's just me. So I'm not passing my code around. So it's not like a big deal to have a little bit of extra work to put into setting up an environment because I do it so seldomly. The thing that's like the biggest flaw about my setup is I made it so that in order to use STL, you have to put it into your system. So it has to be like in your sys folder. And to do that, you have to paste it in like, I don't know, like 12 folders or some crazy amount. All the linkage files and stuff, which has made it like a real pain in the ass to try to switch over to SDL3 because they don't have like the same linkage files yet for like the extensions that I need. And so, yeah, it's definitely probably would have been easier with CMake, but who cares? I hate setting up environments. That's the worst part of programming. It's the worst part. Just work. Just work, damn it. Plug and play. It doesn't matter. It's like whether you're using like a package manager or not, like It's just always a pain in the ass. You're always trying to make it like easier, but I don't think so. Coding for C++ is more like NPM. Okay. CMake is just a programming language to generate make, which is another language to compile C. Okay. Well, I mean, that's what I considered the like config files to be, you know? That's where you pull in your dependencies, you pull in all the respective files, and you just tell what the what compiler to use and what flags to use and all that crap. And CMake, I guess, is just like the alternative way to do it. Like I do what comes with the, yeah, what's the C extension that I use? Just the normal vanilla one on C++ here, the IntelliSense. And so, or maybe it's C++ runner. Yeah, it must be the C++ runner. So whatever config files go with that is the, that's how I build my stuff. You might even still need to use that if you're using CMake. I'm not sure. But anyways, I'm in too deep without it. Yeah, you agree. Environment stuff is the most annoying. It is. It's annoying. I mainly find it annoying because I do it so seldomly. I tend to have the least amount of knowledge about it. You know, like I'll set something up and then for the rest of the project, I won't be thinking about it. But over time, you know, you build up enough experience that you get comfortable enough that you're not like feeling overwhelmed by it, you know. Eventually comes together. That Rust is better? Well, I pick C++. In the end, pick the language that makes you happiest. And if you're looking for something that has like a lot of work associated with it, a lot of opportunity, then you would be more concerned about popularity. If you're more concerned about functionality and, support, community, and extensions and all that, and you look at the language that has the most available extensions and documentation and available built out stuff already. Or if you just go for the language that just resonates with you, makes you happy and motivated, go with that. There's a lot of reasons why you'd go with a language. For me, it's primarily about what has the best support and available language, what has staying power, and as like a secondary, if it's an employable skill, that's a good thing too. I don't know that I've come across a lot of Rust opportunities, but I'm sure they're out there. I mean, I've certainly heard that language floated for a long time. Also stuff like Ruby on Rails. You guys remember Ruby? Are people still using Ruby? It's like an alternative to PHP, I believe. I never used it. People are using all kinds of crazy shit out there. It seems like in terms of popularity right now, Python is pretty up there. A lot of people using Python. To me, it was always going to be C++. It's like the ancient language, you know, the old magic. You know, how like when Voldemort tried to kill Harry Potter, but he was protected by love, the oldest ancient magic of all. Sometimes old stuff that hasn't gone away yet, it proves that it's not a fad. It's something that everyone's using, and it's going to be a while before it is completely deleted from the consciousness of all. That's what sounded best to me, so I went with C++. I also always romanticized it being like the black belt of languages, you know, like the hardest programming language. And of course, now that I've like learned C++, I know that there's C, and of course beyond that is assembly. So there is like even blacker belts out there. But in regards to coming from front-end web tech, it was pretty black belt to like drop into C++. I mean, my first ever language really was ActionScript. C++ is more popular? Oh, I don't know. I think Python's more popular than C++. I think people tend to avoid C++ because it's a difficult language. I mean, people are more prone to C#, I think. C++ have more available opportunities? I don't know. I think there is definitely some opportunities out there for C++. And if you're talking about real serious software operations, a lot of times they are using C++. Python isn't good for low development. it's too slow. Props to you for picking up C++ and sticking with it. You've learned to love C++, but didn't always. I was afraid of it at first, and I knew since I was going to be building my own thing that it didn't matter what I picked, because it was just a matter of what I wanted to deal with. Because I was going to be the only one like dealing with the code, dealing in the code. But I always told myself that like if I wanted to step it up like financially, I'd learn C++. But now the landscape's kind of changing, you know, with AI and stuff. It's hard to say what's going to happen, but in regards to what I enjoy, I mean, I like using C++. Perhaps learning the more difficult languages like that will still be a worthwhile skill for a little time yet. So really, like, the employability of the language is just like, for me, secondary. It's more about its actual how easy it is to actually use and distribute the language, compile it, and whatever. Just as a product, you know, and I think generally speaking, people trust C++ programs. But at the end of the day, people don't really care what you wrote your thing in. They just want it to work. But yeah, I was like, you know, I just wanted to become a C++ developer so that I could just feel like I took on the hardest language that I could think of. Having like been a front-end programmer for 20 years, it's like it was time to just go deeper, you know, and not pick something that was a fad. I also kind of like the fact that people are avoidant of it. You know, like, it's not as popular because like it's hard. And I think that's awesome, because like I think the wisest thing in regards to having profitable skills that you can survive off of, it's having the skills and doing the things that people don't want to do. That's why accountants, you know, and plumbers will likely always have a job on some level. Someone to do the dirty jobs, the boring jobs. And C++ is one of those jobs. It's very boring. Just depends on the industry. Your day job is working in C++ flight sims, so C++ is definitely still a very high demand skill. To me, it was a fallback. You know, I like that I'm building that skill as I'm building this game. And the more that I build my own system, the deeper and more comfortable I get with C++ in general. But ultimately, I just want to get good at selling games, you know, get good at like making games that people like to play, and then get good at actually telling people the game exists and getting them to like interested enough to buy it, and making it affordable as well. You know, just trying to like make that work, because I don't want to code for somebody else anymore. If I have to, I will, end of the day. But I'd rather just code for myself, because when I'm coding my own projects, I don't really get burnt out as much. Like, it takes way more for me to get burnt out. But when I'm developing for somebody else, I get tired and then I don't do anything for myself. Like, this is my chance to express myself, express my own creativity. And it's always been a dream of mine to be able to be in that role. And I was just always intimidated by it. And so I never really gave myself a chance to succeed at it. And I think the only way to do that is just to put your stuff out there, see what people think, and then curate it to people's interest within what, like, the subset of your own interest, you know? Develop something that you're passionate about, but then when you put it out there, make it playable so that people in general like to play it. And by in general, I mean people who like that genre. I think you should definitely cater to a niche. I don't think you should be, especially if you're an indie, immediately trying to pander to the masses, because that's just always a joke. It's better to step on some toes, but then make like a few people really happy. You know, like, make something that like some people hate, but then other people absolutely love. Instead of trying to make like some, oatmeal, watered down thing that everyone kind of loves or whatever, you know? So I'm trying to find out what's that like niche that I can build to. And I want to do it with pixel art. So that's what this main mission on this game is to get good at pixel art and get good at like bringing it all together, you know? You think you can do everything using C++? Yeah. You can do quite a bit. I'm certainly going to be able to beat all of my respective goals with it. Because again, I'm just trying to make 2D games here. I'm not going into 3D unless it's like if I end up using Godot or something like that, it would be that same kind of atmosphere of pixel art textures on 3D in a 3D environment. So it still feels like pixel art, but it would probably still be like a 2D game. I don't know though. I think I might stick with just like very basic non 3D stuff. Cause it's pixel art's a lot of work, but when it's a small team, you know, army of one, it's more likely that you're going to be able to pull off something interesting than I think if you use like if I was to switch to 3D right now, I think because of like my prowess in regards to 3D and stuff is pretty low, that it would end up looking like shovelware. Like, I think it takes a lot of investment and time and knowledge to really make 3D work really well and look really good. And there's so many 3D games that just look kind of like, you know? So for me, it's like I got to pick the lane that I feel like I can polish to a professional state. And I think pixel art is going to be my best bet. That's the thing about like game dev. It's like so much more than just picking the language, you know? It's like, it's all these design decisions, like the look, the feel. I'm still burpy from when I ate my Chipotle. You're working on 2D for now for the same reason? Well, you know, I didn't pick 2D because I felt like that 3D was necessarily out of my wheelhouse. It was just I prefer 2D. Just, I'm an artist, and like in regards to drawing, I like to draw, and I know there are certain kind of sculpting type 3D programs, but I'm going based on my preference, and in the end it'll be interesting because like it does seem, generally speaking, that even 2D games that are built like in a 3D engine and made to look 2D tend to do better, it seems, marketing wise. People gravitate towards it easier. They like pixel art, but they also like it better when it's in 3D and kind of moving around in like a 3D plane a little bit. But I think, like I said, it's a double-edged sword that if you go into 3D and you don't do a good enough job, it'll just feel cheap. And I don't know, pixel art is just, it's only as good as like the amount of time you put into it in terms of like, and also like the right decisions and all that. Like pixel art could be very good. But I think pixel art can also look like shovelware because there's a lot of templates, a lot of generic looking stuff out there. So that's why I'm like trying to definitely hand make everything myself and let it be kind of like a little less polished than some of that template stuff, but creative and still good in its own right. So that way it can be like, just doesn't feel like any of that. Feels like something different. I'm going to let this explosion explode for a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I shall return shortly. You think it just plays better to my strengths? Yeah, exactly. Same with me. You also tend to like playing 2D games more for some reason too. Yeah, same. I mostly like to just play 2D stuff. But, you know, then Mario Kart comes out and that's pretty fun. But, all right, I'll be right back. I got some snacks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so in regards of like 2D games that I generally like to play, like one of my favorite games is Wizard of Legend. It's a big inspiration for me. And I've been enjoying Blasphemous, and I really admire Shredder's Revenge. I think it looks really beautiful. Haven't played it, but I've watched it played many times. And it takes me back to like when I was like a 6-year-old kid and all my friends and everyone were like playing Ninja Turtles, the original pixel art game. Which library do I use for graphics? SDL2. We gotta continue rendering out this frame. We got ads starting. I'm just snacking here. Then we're gonna continue on. Have myself a quick digestive here. A little cookie. They basically taste like animal crackers. Back at it again. Did I choose C++ or did C++ choose me? Honestly, I think it chose me. I sort of picked it before I really looked into it. Because I knew it was a badass language. And then when I started looking into it, I realized it was good still. People like it. It was probably about like 5 or 6 years ago. It was the first time I ever tried to learn C++. And this was why I was still working heavily, like constantly as a, full-time as a front-end developer. And I didn't have a lot of spare time. And I remember the first things I got stuck on was how to pass information through parameters and functions. And it's generally understanding how to pass by reference and pointers in general. And it was very foreign to me, anything like that. Because I would try to like pass stuff through functions and it wouldn't work. And I wouldn't understand what was happening. And it's funny thinking about it now. Like that's what got me stuck. And I was like, it was a very fundamental thing. And now it's like, it's kind of a joke that's what I was hung up on initially. But pointers are pretty confusing, man. And, especially the syntax, because the syntax is very, put an asterisk here, dereference this here, ampersand reference. It's all very closely aligned stuff that it's like one, if you put the asterisk here, it means one thing. If you put it here, it means something else. You put this parenthesis with the asterisk. It's just like everything is like the same but slightly different. It's like learning English or something. And it definitely scared me off for a long time. So I just put my notes away and just stopped because I was too busy. But then a couple of years ago, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care how hard it is. I'm going to learn it. And once you stick with it, it's like, I got it. This isn't so bad. Because then you pick up smart pointers and just generally understanding everything. And then you stream it. And other savvy coders come into chat and are like, hey, why the hell are you passing that Boolean by reference? Who are you trying to kid? Who are you fooling? And I'm like, I don't know. And then chat's like, hey, why aren't you using a map? Like, strange little insights was coming from chat. And then on top of like being able to talk to my buddy, who's been in C++ his whole life since high school, basically. And I'm like, finally get it. Now I generally have a functional knowledge of C++, and I'm just building out my system from scratch. And one thing that I want to improve about my code base is implementing a little bit more so that I don't have to... I feel like it takes a long time to set up certain things. Like, I want to streamline certain things. Like, I'd like to streamline dynamic animations, because currently I have to generate the animation, store it into a vector, then I have to iterate through the vector to like animate out the respective animations. And that, I feel like if there's a way that I could consolidate that better. Because I remember back when I was using tween max and stuff in JavaScript and ActionScript and stuff like that, you would just specify the animation when you needed it. You would be like, I want, all right, like you arrive to the function where you want it to be like move character or move something. And then you would instantly just go to tween max and be like, all right, I want you to generate this and then just animate it for me all in one swoop. Just like create the animation and then play it. And I have it really disjointed where it's like I create the animation and then I later go and have to like play it. And I also have to make sure as it's playing that once it gets to the end of it, that like stuff happens, stuff like that. So it's a little bit more guts out. And that's just one example. Like another thing in general, like implementing enemies in my game is currently a multi-step process where I have to add it to the database. I have to then modify a lot of the individual numbers in the database to suit the particular needs of that enemy. I have to add the enemy into the flow of like when waves are loaded and then into the enemy class in case there's any special functionality for it. And I'd really like to, at least at the very least, have better documentation so that as I grow the enemy base, like there's a ton of enemies that I need to add, and I need to make it so that as I add enemies, it goes really quickly. You know, once I have the assets for it, I can just like implement it into the game within a matter of like 20 minutes. Like that would be the ideal. And eventually I think that will be the case because I think a lot of the enemies are going to have overlapping functionality. They're just going to have different stats, you know, different strength levels, different speeds, different damage spread, stuff like that. But that's the one thing I'd like to fix about my code base, because it's a little bit arduous to when I'm adding stuff to it. And the more I can streamline it, the more time I'll have to polish animations and add more enemies. So it's like a win-win. But honestly, with I think just a little bit of thoughtful documentation, that'll be enough. I don't necessarily have to like make everything feel automated or something. It just has to be clear how to implement something. As Donnie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Well, I hope, Estoni. It's definitely a work stream, work along stream. Wish you luck on your productive journey. Productive energy. That's me sending you productive energy. Well, we've been going for almost 6 hours. We got a lot of hours to go because we got to do a lot more frames. Let's see, I want to do 16 overall, and we are at... This is our 9th frame. And they're going to become progressively easier. Because as the clouds, as the smoke starts to dissipate, there'll just be less things to draw. We got through the hardest frame. That being said, I don't always talk. Sometimes I'm just focus working here. Lots to do. Dun, 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 dun. What am I working on right now? Animation for your game, or else I am working on an explosion for the Goblin Bomber, which is this little guy. So he's basically like a creeper. He just runs in and he blows stuff up instantly. Here, let's save out a copy of him and then we can look at it in game. Let's see. Hide that. So the sprite is a little busted currently, but we can like at least show it. Show basic version of it in the game. So here's the Woods of War Tower Defense card game. And let's get a ground arcana, something for him to blow up. Barricade. All right, he's coming. So that's... The functionality isn't fully built yet. It's a little bit rough still. It just works in a very basic sense. Like he's not even on the right, like, Y plane. But that's essentially the Goblin Bomber right there. And we're just trying to refine the art before we refine the code. Everyone likes explosions, never going wrong with it. Yeah, it's this is a very much inspired by the Metal Slug type explosion, with the exception that it's less detailed. I'm doing like a more simplified version, but it's that same style of explosion, more or less. Kind of like my distilled version of it. Yeah, I was like studying metal slug explosions to really figure out like what was the right look, color tone, in general, like construction behind an explosion. Namely, the most notable things is start with bright colors, and then as it blows up, the colors become darker. So it starts with like kind of like bright yellow and white, and then it goes to like oranges, and then into reds, and then into blacks. So like that, going into like the black smoke transition. It was like definitely a really important element I picked up from those studies. Enderman and Creeper keeps doing bad things. Yeah, exactly. These are creepers, basically. My game's version of a creeper. I think it's good to have a character that comes in and just immediately upsets what you have built up, and then trying to come up with a way that you can actually defend against them, but make it difficult. And like I made the Goblin Bomber like really fast. Like he comes in pretty hot, so it's more than likely that you'll be losing stuff. Because basically, I want to make sure you don't feel safe. I want to make sure that you feel like you have to be watching everything and making sure, you know, that everything's okay, that you're covering all your angles and so that you feel like more of a sense of urgency. Because, you know, like when a creeper comes around, they start to flash. You're just like, okay. It's either run or kill them quickly. And so that's the Goblin Bomber. I'd say the main difference, though, that's kind of interesting that I've been contemplating is creepers generally don't really have a face. You know, they're not really like creatures that you can identify with. You know, you're like, they're just weird looking things. But the Goblin Bomber actually looks like a little goblin dude. So it's a little bit more like, damn, that dude's blowing himself up. What the hell? But I think the way that I'm trying to make my games and run my games generally is to not be worried about stuff like that. Because back when I was a kid, in ancient times, because I'm so old now, cartoons were generally, they had cartoon violence, and it was like the type of violence that, like, no matter what happened to the characters, they all were invincible and no one cared. And I feel like this day and age, everyone's just questioning everything too much. Like, I think it's okay to just be a little old-fashioned with stuff like that and not get too in my head about it. But at the same time, I'm like currently holding off from putting any gore in my game. You know, there's no like dismembered body parts flying around. I mean, I did like meme a flying head last stream in the A sprite file, but I'm not going to put it in the game. That's not the plan anyways. And I don't know if I should like ever go back on that, you know, if I should just go for it and make it like super brutal, or if I should just make it kind of medium brutal, or just leave it as just kind of like arcade style. Enemies they just die, you know, and like explode or just disappear basically. As opposed to guts exploding. Like, I intend to do guts exploding in my horror game. Like, that's coming next. This game, I'm keeping it kind of tame, is the plan. Justy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. People like to complain a lot. No matter what your decision is, there will always be someone who won't like what you're doing and how you're doing it. I agree. I was actually talking about this earlier in stream too, that like, you shouldn't be trying to pander to a mass audience, because if you do, then you will destroy yourself. Like, you'll destroy your game or your whatever you're trying to create, because there is always someone with an opposing opinion. It's better just to like step on a few toes, but make a few people really happy. Because a lot of times the people that are like really offended will come around, or they'll just move on and just consume the other ocean of content that's out there, and it just won't matter. But for the people that enjoyed it, they'll be like really that much more into it. Like, one thing I really hate is when sequels to games just abandoned their original core audience. I think Wizard of Legend, for instance, recently did this. And this isn't like a knock on 3D games, but it's a knock on turning your back on your core audience. I loved Wizard of Legend 1. It was a pixel art game, dungeon runner, and it was all vibes. I loved it. I streamed it for a couple years, actually. It was like streaming it all the time. And then now they come out with Wizard of Legend 2. And instead of making it a pixel art game, or the original devs working on it. They just made a 3D version of Wizard of Legend to Wizard of Legend 2. Like they just sold it to some like studio and just had them like churn out something. And so it's like a disjointed other person's interpretation of what the game should be. And it doesn't look or feel like the original game. And they're just trying to sell people on like 4 people co-op. And they're just trying to capitalize on like the 3D appeal, But for people who came into Wizard of Legend 1 because of the awesome pixel art and the vibe, like I look at the sequel and I'm like, I have zero interest in it. Like zero. Like I'm kind of angry about it. Like I'm bitter about it. Because I wanted to see more pixel art. But they let me down. So I hate it when companies like create a vibe and then they just they like get a core audience and then they abandon that audience and just say, you know what, fuck it. Let's try to make more money by attracting a different audience and fuck the original audience. They can kiss our ass. And it's just a money grab. It's just kind of dumb. Like I don't ever want to do that. And to me, it's like, okay, if it's like a departure in terms of like, I don't make as much money or I don't hit the super mass audience on a thing. If it's like successful enough that I can get by, then I'm okay. I'm fine. Because I don't know, like looking at like the 3D version of it, like I said, it's not a knock on 3D games, but like seeing their version of it, it feels to me like shovelware. And I'm sure they like worked hard on it and there was a lot of love that went into it for what it is. But I don't know, it didn't appeal to me. So it'll be interesting seeing how people react to it over time. To see if people buy into it, if it does way better, if it was like the right call, Because I'm just stubborn, I like what I like, and just because I feel that way, it doesn't mean it's the right call in terms of money making, Because it might be really successful for them. But something tells me that if you alienate your core audience and they look at it, like the people that you had already built up a lot of rapport with, if you're just kind of turning your back on them, then they're not really going to help like push your stuff into the ether. Because they're going to be like, well, like all that hard work of building up that audience and then you alienate them, then they're not going to help you. If anything, they're just going to complain about it like I am. And then they're just going to never play it and just move on. So then they have to like rebuild a fresh audience and they're just hoping that audience is bigger and maybe it's the right call, because fuck me. What do I know? Plus, I mean, Wizard of Legend 1 already made like $15 million or something and there's only 2 developers on it. So they walked away with a pretty penny and they already don't care. Like they're good. They're retired. They're just like, why don't we just sell the game to a studio and, we can just license our IP and we'll just make like whatever cash we can from it and we don't have to lift a finger. That's what I think happened. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if people really love it. Dun, dun, dun. Let's check on it, actually. I want to see how it's doing. Yeah, because it might be out already. I think it did come out. Maybe it was early access or something. Let's see. It was released. Oh, it came out last October. Steam page created in 2023. They call it a 2.5D action. So it's like, you know, 2D looking game, but it's a 3D game, basically. So basically, let me see. The average playtime is just under 7 hours. Median playtime is 4.2 hours. They've grossed $664,000. They sold 36,000 units, right? So let's compare that to the first one. And it's still getting out there, you know, it still needs to marinate. That's a decent amount, you know. But let's see. So we said the average playtime was 7 hours. On the older one, the first one, the average playtime was 13 hours. And instead of 36,000 units sold, they sold 1.5 million, and it grossed 16 million. And they said the median playtime is 3.9 hours, so that's down. It also like sold for cheaper. And let's see, the current active players is 140. And let's compare that also. So there's currently more people playing the original. There's only 80 active players right now. And there's 140 active on the first one. So they got the brand spanking new one, and people want to play the old one. Because this one's $20, and it's just a money grab. And people can just like see right through it. I don't know, maybe it's good. I know they worked really hard on it, but like that can't be good if you're like hiring a whole studio to like put a game together and you only sell 36,000 units. That doesn't sound very good. So I don't know. Maybe like alienating the original 1.5 million people who liked the pixel art version was not the best move. But because I mean, I'm thinking, you know, if they gross $664,000 and then they have to pay an entire studio of people that put it together as opposed to just 2 developers, and like, I don't know. I don't think they like broke even, or maybe they broke even, but that was it, you know. And it's still, maybe it just takes time to break. What are the pros and cons of publishing your game versus going through a publisher? Do you have any knowledge of this? All I have is what I've heard from people saying in terms of talking about it. Basically, from what I glean from what a publisher will provide you is, you know, generally PR, marketing, and for a lot of people that's like really important, you know, because they can't do it themselves. So they just want to plug into a thing that can just put their game out there. And that could also potentially include like convention stuff and who knows what else it could potentially involve. But what you're doing is you're bringing in someone to get a cut of the pie. So you got to ask yourself, if a publisher is a knock-in, they believe that your product can sell and that there's potential to make money. And so they want a cut of that money. So the question you have to ask yourself is, do I have any leverage in terms of market myself? Like, can you actually, do you have the public's ear on any level? You know, are you capable of putting the word out yourself? Because if you can, then you're going to cut out that middleman. You know, you're not going to have to be paying someone and only partially own like what you created. Like if you create it yourself, you publish it yourself, and you can successfully market it, then you will be making a lot more money. Which is especially important, I think, as an indie dev, if you're not making that much money to begin with. Like 600K for a solo developer would be amazing, right? So 36,000 units sold, but that's like $20 a unit. So, I mean, but still, like if you were a solo dev putting out a game on that level, you would be totally happy with that pull. But if you're like, say, a studio of like 10 employees and you only make 600K, that's a problem. Because you invested, you know, big into employees building the thing, however long it took. And if you don't recoup, you have to recoup so much more money, basically. The more middlemen you bring into it, and it's like on top of that, if you bring in like publishers and like licensing deals, then you're just getting like a cut of that. You're not getting the whole shebang. So for me, I'm going to be trying my best to get out there and put something out on my own. And I'm currently don't have like any reputation at all because I haven't done anything yet. So I'm like a nobody. So I have to prove myself, basically. And it's going to be a difficult road. But if I can walk it, if I can survive and keep it going, the payout is enough to keep it going. And it's really hard, man. It's really hard to succeed, I think, as a game dev. You know, like it takes like as much hard work as you think it takes, you need to multiply that by like 5 to 10. Then like you might be in the ballpark of how much work it's going to take for you to actually get there. And that's just my prediction, you know, because I'm still figuring it out. I'm still just doing it for the first time here. I've made many games, Flash games, you know, worked as a professional Flash developer in the past. So I have experience like putting projects together, but marketing it, doing all the art myself, that part's new. So I'm untested, and you know, you got to put in that time. You got to pay your dues a little bit, get something out there. And for me, it's like getting something out there and making sure that it's stable for people. It plays on their machines. There isn't bugs, you know, like fix any sort of crashes, bugs or anything. Make sure the game plays really smooth, that I can put out like a quality piece of software so that if people play the game, they just think like, okay, this guy does good art. He cares about what he's doing. He puts together good stuff. And then hopefully they'll be interested in seeing what I'm doing as I move forward. And the plan is, after this initial project, to do something that is hopefully a little more marketable. Because card games aren't exactly, I mean, like a fusion card game, like I'm creating, like a tower defense card game. It's very niche, you know? But next, after this, I want to do a horror game, which I think horror games in general, like a top-down dungeon runner, is way more broader appeal. But I don't want to blow my load on that idea first. You know, I want to do something that's a little bit of a softer idea, which is mainly just smaller scope, easier to produce, and still do a great job at it. Like I want it to kick ass. And so I'm polishing the hell out of it and really trying to like learn something about myself as I do it. As a designer, pixel artist, everything. But it is a long ass road. It's a massive investment in time and, you know, money, resources, mental investment. Because it's hard, man. It's hard to like stay motivated all the time and be pushing for something that you know has the possibility of just being completely flop. You know, something that just people aren't going to, on the mass, take to. So in that scenario, I mean, like what I'm trying to do is change what it means, what this being a success means, basically. And for me, that's picking up new skills like C++. That's picking up new skills in marketing and as a pixel artist, everything. You know, it's like the whole education of it through doing. Making that a rewarding process, that even if I don't make a lot of money on this game, I still was able to learn something valuable. It's also a bit scary sometimes. You see games that can be done in a week getting popular with thousands of sales, and then some games with years of development not even getting hundreds. No, it's true, you know, and I feel like there's no way to know how well you're going to do or not. And currently, like, I don't even have enough of a trailer and stuff to really show people what this game is about full on yet. So it's kind of hard to market the thing when it's kind of a new concept in a way. And I don't have like a lot of assets built to be like, hey, here's the game. So I'm almost there. And hopefully once I do that, and then I'm going to be joining the Tower Defense Next Fest in August, I think, or whatever. And hopefully at that time I'll be able to accrue more interest into the game. But we'll see. It's not about it being like hyper successful in that regard. It's more like, can I get the thing done? And making sure that I am taking notes through the whole process, so that when I go to do the next game, that I have a stronger approach, you know, stronger footing, making it's easier for me to make the difficult decisions and like know like things that I don't need to do, for instance, you know, things I can cut out or like hold off on, and just generally understanding the marketing cycle a little bit better, having done it, you know. And there's just little insights that like happen over time, because I'm like every day I'm paying attention to you know, what is succeeding, and what of my stuff is succeeding in social media and all that, and trying to navigate that and learn, experiment, trying new things and improving. through that iterative process over time, it's like that insight, that trial and error insight, it's something you can't just like pick up, you know? You can't just like watch a few videos, take a few notes, and then you get it. It's like you kind of have to like test it and see what works. So it's a process. It's getting there. Generally, like what I hear about horror games is that they're generally more marketable than a lot of other genres. And I hear that also for like horror movies, because people, I think in general, are a little bit lenient when it comes to the horror genre. You don't have to have like hyper polished stuff for it to be entertaining. In fact, I think the more polished, if things are too polished, you know, then it can be, you're hitting that realm of like, you want to make sure that it all kind of elevates together. It's like that same sentiment about like jumping into 3D graphics without having the resources to like fully pull it off could be a mistake, you know? I think like sometimes too, like a lot of like seeing other indie devs and streamers that are doing well, getting like a lot of wish list and getting a decent amount of attention for their project. It seems that in some cases it's like hard earned, in other cases it's just luck, in other cases it's a both. And I think just putting yourself out there consistently, trying to get a nibble, you know, it's like you're fishing for that luck, you know, like luck favors the prepared, luck favors the one who's out there and is available to be plucked from the you know, from obscurity. Because you never know, man. But there's definitely like a metric to your success on if you're releasing a game on Steam. The first metric you have to hit is, and that actually matters, is getting the amount of wish list that you need. Like I've heard it many times over that you shouldn't release your game until you hit a certain amount of wish list. Because otherwise, if you don't, Steam in general won't push your content. Or at least not very much, if at all. So basically, you do have to push until you get that number. And it begs the question, what should you do if you can't get that amount of wish list? Do you release anyways and just move on? Because like I remember I saw this TikTok recently that was it was this girl who, she's like, I've got millionaire parents and this is the advice that they give me. And one of the things they said was like, I forget exactly how she worded it, but it was essentially don't hang on to something that you've invested heavily into but isn't doing well. So it's like, say for instance, if you've spent 7 years developing a game, but literally, and you've put it in front of enough people to know that like only 5 people wishlisted it. You're like, all right, then I probably shouldn't try to market this or like put it out. I probably need to cut and run and then focus on something that is more marketable, what the people want. So sometimes you got to also know when to cut and run, when to be like, all right, this is enough is enough. And I think that's going to be really a hard thing to do, you know? But I fully intend to get to release this game. This game's coming out. And I'm trying to get it done this year. And it's just a matter of, can I get through it all? And I've only been developing it for a year. So it's like really just kind of a quick cycle. And through the process, I'm learning a lot about like all this stuff. So it's a massive like education. And so I may have to release it without the amount of wish list that is good for the algorithm, but we'll see how Next Fest goes. Cause I think for most people, that's when they get their biggest uptick. You feel like that if you don't reach enough wish lists, you kind of get buried down the list and will be harder to find your game. But of course, just my opinion. Well, it's true though. There's like a sea of options, you know, a lot of stuff coming out all the time. What's up, Bifast? Sincerely, some large studios should learn that. Well, yeah, exactly. It's like Concord or something, right? If you spend like too much money on a thing and just be like, dude, no one likes this game, we should probably just like salvage this into something else. There's like a point when you need to figure out what your next thing. But like, I think for a lot of indie devs as they're starting out, hinging your success on something other than like it being popular is important, because you need to learn what it means to fully release a game in order to do it more effectively, so that when you have like the right idea that markets well, you don't fumble the ball. So basically you need to, like, I'm trying to take what this game, which I think is not as marketable, not as easy to market, but I'm going to polish the hell out of it and try my best. And hopefully I want to make it so that if people actually sit down and play the game, they're just like, this is a good game. That's what I'm hoping. And, but like, it doesn't have to sell, 100,000 copies. If I sell like 5,000 copies of this game, I'll be like blown away and super happy. And by all intents and purposes, that's considered like a massive flop. But for me, for like getting this thing out there, that would be massive. So if I could even get to that, I will be honored and stoked. So like, first step, have like a minor success, take that knowledge moving forward, do something that's more marketable, try to go bigger, and do it with the infrastructure I've built up to this point, And that'll be next year when we get into the horror game production. And this year it'll just be finishing this game. And of course it'll be also continuing to patch the game if necessary. But hopefully I'll be able to finish it out within the first half of next year if there's any patching necessary. But I'll be on top of it for the rest of the year, and probably a little bit on the start of next year. Sometimes you can create a visualization of the game and try to market it before creating the game itself to see if people will take it. See, that's like more like market testing and stuff. And generally, I think that is wise when you're trying to, before you invest a lot of time into building something, if you're capable of doing that. But I've also heard from like, like that you shouldn't necessarily be marketing your game until it's like already playable, to be able to kind of show off like what the game is in its general vibe. Like sometimes it takes a little bit of having little faith that your idea will do well before you can have that proof. But if you can splice together a good trailer that people are stoked on, then yeah, that's a great sign. And that's, I think, another skill unto itself, to be able to make a trailer that gets people that FOMO feeling like, oh, we need to check this out. Like, that is definitely something I'm trying to figure out. And hopefully I can get that vibe going. Like, I'm just, for now, trying to get enough stuff together so that I can start making trailers. And then as I make the trailer, it's just going to be like for the first level, for like the demo. And then I'm going to be adding the other levels and the other enemy types to show like a lot more variety, which I hope in time, when they get to see like the more of the game, that'll be more interesting. Because currently it's like you only see screenshots on the Steam page, and even the screenshots are like already dated. It's already old art. And then like once I get the new art up with just the single level, then I got to get the other levels up with the other enemy types, the other card types. And it's just like the game assets, I think, are necessary to show the marketability, like to make the game like enticing, basically. Because without it, it's like all I have is just this little bit to show. So it's not like enough necessarily. So I've kind of like started promoting the game a little early, a little too early, basically, in the process. And I think I've learned, that's one of the important lessons I've learned, is like I kind of went early with it, but because I'm such a nub and I'm just getting started out with this, that I'm like grasping for any little inch of territory that I can get, you know, like I'm out there just saying like, hey guys, if you like any aspect of what I'm doing, come follow my journey, because hopefully this will grow into some really cool shit into the future, you know. The amount of indie games that could have been funded. I know 400 mil. I'll tell you my grandma about your game, and I'm pretty sure the entire world will hear it. She's pretty good at gossip. Best marketing. All right, I'm counting on your grandma. I'm counting on your grandma to tell everyone about my game, okay? Almost have the trailer ready. Like, imagine trying to like market your game, get people wish listing your game, and there isn't even a trailer. Like, that's where I'm at. And so it's just like really tough. I'm like, so we're almost to the official first marketing beat of the game. And no, I think it's going to be a hard game to market generally. I don't think it's going to be something that people see and think, oh, FOMO. Like, they're going to have to be sold on it. And as I develop it, I'm going to be thinking of ways and things to put into the game to make it more appealing. And so I'm hoping that I can kind of crack that code. And we'll see if I do. That's part of the value of like doing this project, is like getting insight into that. Creating a demo instead of creating the whole game. I'm currently making the demo, you know, like I wanted to get it out at the end of this month. And we'll see. I mean, we're talking like another week, so it's probably next month when I'll like release the demo, but, I'm really close. I just need to get like a little bit more infrastructure into the game, like the title screen, the options, and just finish the level cycle, basically. And I think that's still going to take a little bit while. But I like, once I get this enemy done, the Goblin Bomber, then we just got to get the other AoEs in. The Meteor Strike, which is already almost done. That's like 80% done. And then we got the Flash Freeze and Life Drain. And then I want to make a few utility cards at least. Yeah. So, I mean, there's just a few more infrastructure things, but I'm like really close to having the game be like playable in its basic sense. And once that is the case, then I'll have like enough to put together the everything else for it, aka the trailer and everything. So the trailer and the demo kind of come hand in hand, you know? And then I'll be getting feedback from y'all who like play it and tell me ways to improve it. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Do you pay to have the Steam page or do you pay the game release? I heard there's a $100 fee. Yeah, you pay $100 to open your app, but they give you the money back once you sell your game. Like it's like the way that like Thor from Pirate Software puts it, it's like you're making a bet with Steam that you can sell enough to make make your $100 back. So really the $100 is just to, I think it's like a barrier to entry so that like people aren't just releasing utter shit, you know, like you have to at least come up with $100 to put your thing out there. But even that's like a pretty low bar. So yeah, I definitely already put in my $100 to start up the Steam page, and not to mention the year of dev time I've already put in. Well, it's a year plus now. It's like a year and like 3 months. So it's a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of resource. But it's a risk. It's like you got to invest. You got to believe that like that you'll figure it out. And it is very possible that I won't. You know, like I won't necessarily. There's no guarantee that I'll like knock it out of the park on the first one. Honestly, like out of all of the really successful game devs that I've seen like floating around, all of them already had a game out. The ones that are doing really well with wish lists and stuff, they literally 100% of them have at least one game released on Steam. And it didn't do very well, you know? Like literally like all of them, that's like their story. So it's like once they're doing well, they had to put out that first game and then they get to the next one. So I'm on that like that early stage. But you know, like the guy who made like Balatro, that's like his first game. It's still possible to like do it right the first time. But considering how little market research I did in doing this game, I have like low expectations because of that. Like I wasn't even testing the market. I was just saying, this is the game I want to build, so I'm going to build it. Like that was it. That was enough for me. So I'm okay with the outcome, you know? You almost never watch trailers specifically on Steam. It's always just random clips online. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like I've realized that with my like my TikToks and stuff, that if I'm going to do clips of the game, basically I need to get away from long form video and I need to get into just showing immediately what's cool about the game. Just like a cool moment in the game, and literally just make it like a 10 second or less clip of the game. Just something that's really just like a snippet. Because like what I've been doing up to this point on my TikToks is I'll do like game updates that are like a minute long, and I'm generally kind of talking about you know, just what I've been doing in the game and stuff like that, just general devlog. And I'm like, the videos that I see doing really well, they're literally just like 10 seconds long. And it's just like not even any words or any, they'll just like maybe write some words at the top and it'll just be like the clip of the game. And that's it. And people just instantly either vibe with it or they don't. But I've also heard that TikTok in general, and shorts in general, kind of have bad conversion to wish lists. So all you're really proving to yourself, if you're able to break into that better, is that your game has like appeal. But to actually get the wish list and stuff, it's going to take something else. You can still convert though. Like, I think you can still convert people on TikTok and on YouTube Shorts. I think it's possible. But in general, TikTok, for instance, is a platform where people come to just be shown something cool. And it's not about a call to action or making them leave the site. They just want to come up, see something cool, maybe throw you a like or a follow, and then they're good. You know, like that's... You don't want to be like, oh, we need you to like go to this site and do this and da-da-deep-dop-doop. It's like, no, you can't do that at all. You just have to be like, check out this cool thing. All right, see ya. You know, it's like, that's it. It's like a totally different vibe. These are the things I'm starting to pick up. Like my first shorts were just so long. I'm like, oh my God, what was I thinking? I just didn't know. And it doesn't help that like America had the, you know, the 12-hour ban on TikTok, because ever since it's come back, TikTok is not the same. It's just mostly like ads and turning into garbage now. It kind of sucks. So I may have missed my opportunity there, but I'm still going to try. I have to exhaust all my options while I still got them, so. Do my best and forget the rest. Like, you better believe I'm going to be putting this explosion into a short or something. Because, just, it's taken me already, like 2 days to get this far on it. So it's going to be one of those things that it's like, holy shit. So much time is going into this damn explosion that I better find a way to, like, make use of it in marketing. So that I can stretch its usefulness. But it's also really important that I figure this stuff out, because I think making really satisfying explosions is very important for like an action type game, you know? You gotta have like legit explosions. And that means you just gotta practice, you gotta do it. You've got to bleed for your work a little bit. But yeah, I definitely have a long road ahead of me. And I will definitely be sharing my insights as I figure stuff out. But something tells me it's going to take me a couple years to figure stuff out. And that's okay. That's the plan. Quantum. Yeah, buy fast. I think like trailers are important in general. I mean, there's times when trailers like can make a difference. Quantum, how you doing, man? How was your stream? You always watch the trailers? Byfast is saying he never watches trailers on Steam. I think some people watch them, but like some people will only see games through like YouTube or like TikTok or something. You know, that's what they'll get them into it. And then when they get onto Steam, they won't necessarily use, you know, they won't watch the trailer there necessarily. So it's like, I get it. The trailers do break it for me. Meaning like if the trailer is good or bad, that will be your decider. If the trailer is butt cheeks, then you're out. If the trailer is just a bunch of flabby butt cheeks, you're peace out, you're done. Is that what I'm hearing? I mean, no one likes a flabby butt cheeks. A lot of trailers aren't always gameplay. Oh yeah, you know what? Like it's like when I see the Switch commercials, and it's always like, it's never gameplay. It's always people enjoying the Switch. It's like, get a Switch. It's because your family will love it. You know, it's like always trying to get like the parent to like buy it for their kids. It's never just like, check out this sweet game on Switch. It's like that, basically not showing gameplay, not showing what, like why you should buy it specifically, other than the social proof or whatever that it's like worth getting. That's kind of bullshit. And I feel the same way about trailers. Trailers should be like, immediately you should be seeing what's fun about the game. It's almost like what I was saying with like the shorts on TikTok. You just, within 10 seconds, like not even within, like immediately at the start of the short, it should just be showing like what's cool. Show them something cool. Show them like the explosion or something. It's like you see for 10 seconds, like boom, check it out. Woods of War. Bye. And like, that's it. You know, it's not like, look at my grandma smiling while she looks at my game, but never show the game. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? You thought, oh, I thought movie trailers though, like Idiocracy. Well, I feel the same. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I can see clips of a movie and it'll make me want to watch. And other times I'll see the trailer and make me want to watch. I honestly don't really like watching trailers though, because they tend to spoil things. So it's really, you know, it just depends. Sometimes I gotta see the trailer, but we're talking about trailers for games specifically. Trailers need to be narrated by Chainsmoker to be relevant. Idiocracy was about flabby butts. Yeah, it was. Flabby butt brains. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man? Welcome in, welcome in. Have I seen Idiocracy? Of course I have. They water the crops with Gatorade. But the smartest man in the world tells him Gatorade kills plants, and the plants tell him directly that they prefer water. Of course I've seen Idiocracy. It's funny, man. It's a funny film. It's funny, scary. Oh, wait. Suikoden? There recently was like the Suikoden 2 remaster, right? So why don't we listen to the Suikoden? We're gonna listen to some This does not look like it's the actual Suikoden music. It's like guitar. It's not the real OST. Suikoden 2, but whatever. Well, here, we'll listen to a few from the Colossia here. It's actually got some synth. We're still in synth vibes here. Sometimes trailer is the whole movie. Don't need to watch it anymore. I know. I feel that. I feel that too. That's exactly why I don't always watch the trailer, but sometimes you still want to know. Like once you've watched enough movies, sometimes you watch the trailer to be like, do I want to vibe on this for like a couple hours? And knowing what happens is okay, more or less, you know? So I get the putt reference. I suppose I do. I suppose I do. All right, what else? This is intense, man. There's a lot of work. Ugh. So today we did this frame and this frame. And I'm still polishing this one. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. Let's just try to finish up this last frame, and then I'm probably going to chill afterwards. Which is probably like another 30 to an hour, 30 minutes to an hour. A lot of time still, probably. But this will put us at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 frames. So I'm thinking overall, I want to do this animation in 16 frames. So that's still 7 frames to go. But these are like the hardest frames as it gets smaller, it'll be easier because the smoke's gonna start to dissipate and like shrink and disappear. So each respective frame gets a little bit lighter. Yeah, already this frame is like gonna take less time than this one. This one was like a heavy frame. Lots of little areas to emboss, but this one won't need as much. It's kind of crazy. when you think about like how much time I'm like spending like several hours on each frame for something that you see for like a split second, you know, it's like, it's kind of funny. That's animation. This is likely going to be the biggest explosion that I'll do. And I don't know, like I might reuse it for the comet, but maybe not. So I don't think the comet would have exactly the same explosion. Once you've done one explosion, then you start to get it. Zab, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Down. Okay. Onward. Gilgamesh, the hydrate, thank you. Don't mind if I do. Loving the shading you're doing. Thank you. Got explosions happening. Explosion. Momoon, what's going on? It's been a while. I haven't visited your streams. Been busy. What you been up to? Well, currently I am working on the Goblin Bomber explosion. So let me show you in game what he looks like. I also got all the leaves in the background animating. So we got the little Goblin Bomber right here. So that's him. And he's currently not programmed fully. He's a bit rough. Like he's not on the right Y and stuff, so but that's the guy I'm working on. He's trying to make that explosion. He just comes in and he blows stuff up instantly with his bag of bombs. Can you listen to a music? My friend is a guitarist. I think you will love it. I'm just going to let the music do its thing because I am really just trying to get this done. I don't want to play DJ. But, Tesla, if you want to join the Discord and you want to post it there, I'll check it out. But considering how much time it takes to do this damn explosion, I can't spare any time. I gotta keep going. That's amazing. I love roguelike strategic card games. Let's go. That's gonna be the plan. And it's speed. I call it speed deck building. Speed card game because there's not going to be like turn-based, you know? Like you're being dealt cards in real time and you have to play the cards right away. I mean, you play the cards when you want, but enemies are coming at you like in real time. So I think the first time you play the game, it'll be more stressful, but like once you figure out what's going on, you're just going to be vibing. Looks pretty great. Thank you. Unique game mechanic. Well, that, yeah, when I was thinking about it, initially I had built the game to just be more typical tower defense, where you would have your nodes and you click on the node directly, and as long as you had the money, you could build whatever defense you wanted. But now I decided to make the game a little bit more spicy, is put everything on the deck, including all the arcana, and you can curate the deck, like decide what goes into your deck, and you'll need to, but when you're in the game, you're going to be dealt the cards at random. So you have to use your deck in the random order that it's given to you, and hopefully you can survive based on what you're given. So it's asking you to acclimate in real time, you know? So it's like, oh, here's a steel trap, here's a thorn blade. What do you do? And you won't be able to like make every move constantly, because you'll be having to earn enough mana crystals by killing enemies in order to make your moves. You know, you got to have basically enough mana to cast the spell, and you get that from killing dudes, harvesting their life force. So that was like, it was like in December when I decided that I'm going to go full deck. And so then now you're being dealt cards, and you're dropping cards on the nodes and building stuff. And what's interesting about it is the potential for combining cards, card combinations. That's where it gets a little bit interesting, because like before, when you were just like stuck on a node, and you'd like, once you built something onto that node, you know, like say you did a spike shot, then it could only ever be spike shot. But now I'm cooking up some, what I'm calling mixtures. I don't know what to call them yet, but there's going to be some card combos where you can actually start blending potentially some things. Card combinations, new inventions, new approaches, so you can get creative about how you want to play. I don't think I've told you guys that yet. You heard it here first. That's for you, Momo. Momo! But I just don't have it built up at all yet. So it's like, I don't really talk about the things I haven't built yet. There's a lot coming for the game. It's just a matter of getting it out. Little bits at a time. Leffins with the good vibes. How you doing? First things first, we got to make explosions. The game's not fun at all unless you can blow shit up. Come on. Everybody knows that. But in this instance, it's your arcanas getting blown up. So that part sucks. But I may use this explosion in the comment. The meteor storm card. I'll probably end up trying to make a unique explosion for it, or maybe like taking this one and then cutting it down or something. But it's starting to get that swirl, guys. We got that, see that swirl? Now you starting to see it? Absolute cinema explosion. Let's go. Yeah. We're getting that swirl on the smoke finally. Just the first few frames of it, but it's getting there. So yeah, we need like another 7 frames on this animation. But it's happening. Look at that swirl. This frame might already almost be done too. I don't think we need like a ton of stuff on this. Yeah, this week we're just going to be plowing through getting the Goblin Bomber fully implemented and getting Meteor Storm implemented. That's the big mission for this week. And then if we get all that done, powering forward on whatever else feels right. I don't have any immediate plans right after, just whatever I feel naturally like I want to pivot to. Sometimes I just leave it open and I just pick the thing I'm most inspired to work on, especially if it's something that's art. I don't like to pressure myself to do a particular piece. I just let myself be inspired on like what I want to key in on. Because you want your work to come out of like a place of love, not necessarily stress or pressure. And that's what happened with this explosion and the Goblin Bomber. I just started working on him like, I just felt inspired to work on him. And he turned out really well. But when I was initially working on him, I wasn't inspired to do him. And my first renditions of him sucked. They were bad. And so it's like when lightning strikes, you know, and you feel super motivated on something, you just gotta clear everything out of the way. Because honestly, I've been like procrastinating on getting the Meteor done. Although it's like 80% there. It's like, it's really close. But I'm glad I did this first because it helped me establish what the explosions are going to feel like. So then I can put it into the Meteor Strike. So this was always the path I needed to take. I want to listen to a Castlevania OST. That's an OST I don't have on my playlist at all right now. So what do you guys think? Which OST is going to be the one? Like, oh shit. It's laggy here. Symphony of Night or something? Castlevania Symphony of Night original soundtrack. Doesn't seem like it has every song, but has a lot of them. Bet your game will be absolutely banger when it's released. Also, I'm excited to play it. Well, appreciate you. If you have a Steam, please go and wishlist it so that I can get that wishlist cred. If you want, if you like, and then you'll be able to see. I'm gonna try to release a demo within the next month, is the goal. So there's gonna be some playable demo soon. Already did. Momo, you're the best. Thank you. To anyone chilling in chat, if you wishlist the game, even if you don't want to buy the game or play the game, it really helps me just to wishlist it, because I need to get a certain amount of wishlists in order for the Steam algorithm to give me love, to put it in front of people that might actually want to play it and buy it. And I have a long road ahead of me. I need a lot of wish lists. I just don't have a ton yet, but I'm super grateful for the ones that I have so far. And you know, if I meet that wish list goal, I'm probably gonna like definitely just be amazed and feel just intense gratitude, you know? You know how it is. Explosions. Snuggy, how you doing? Heck yeah, let's go. Go tell them. We are now listening to Symphony of Night here on Twitch. I don't know what we're listening to on TikTok or YouTube, but it's also good. But I'm feeling very pretentious voice right now. The fancy music. It's the voice I use at the beginning of my practical tips video. Practical tips for Ace Bright beginners. For your health. I need to do some more Ace Bright tips videos. I had a few more that I just didn't release because they were just not great. I need to revamp. It is a process. But if you like weird voices like that and Ace Bright tips, make sure and check out my YouTube, Riyin Art. All one word, Riyin Art on YouTube. If you look up Riyin Art with a space, Riyin space art, it won't come up. That's how awesome YouTube is. I also release them on TikTok, which is my TikTok is Riyin Studio. Because I tried to get Riyin Art, but they wouldn't let me for whatever reason. I forget why. Because they hate me. But Riyin Studio works for me too. Because that's actually more like the official name of like my game studio is Riyin Studio. Or I might just be like, try to be like Konami, you know, where I just say Riyin. And that's just the name of the game studio. I probably should have called myself Riyin Games. But I'm not that smart, so... I like to make sure that I suffer. It's the only way. Great for marketing your games as well. Hopefully. In time, we will learn the proper etiquette for showing games to people. I just need to come up with one of those cat videos where cats just flipping around. They're like, you know, just one of those. That's all people need. They don't care what your game's about. They just need a meme. I have much to learn. As a millennial, I am an internet boomer. Which actually sounds ridiculous because millennials were the first generation to be complete morons on social media, so... We were the ones who said, hey, let's do stupid shit and see if people like it. And people did. You're welcome. We were the first for brain rot. Gen X had some pretty good brain rot too, though. They had like Spike and Mike's Sick and Twisted Festival and Ren and Stimpy. There's some fucked up Gen X stuff. Or was that even pre-Gen X? Seems like it was pretty Gen X. I don't see the world in generations. I see the world in whatever you're interested in. That's what really matters. Brain-rotted cat memes? Yes. I has cheeseburger? That came from us. Put a bird on it? That might be Gen X. It's from Portlandia. It's from something else. Okay, we got to put some shadow on the smoke. And let's see. Just have that. Yeah, that actually... Okay, let's get some highlight first. Put that on, and that's the highlight now. Growing highlights. So it starts to dull out. Which makes sense. Bro, we need to put Symphony of Night songs onto our playlist here. These are all dope. What, you hitting me with the hydrate? Guess I'm out of that. It was nice seeing you too. Momu, have a good day. Rest well. Good luck as always. Thank you. I will come in your stream whenever I'm available. I appreciate you. What a good. Well, go rest. Go live your life. And it's always good to see ya. I will be here, making game. Forever making game. I'm supposed to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and y'all yelled at me in Discord because you're like, what is, do you actually know what Monday is? And the thing is, I did know, but I didn't stream because I was lost in ennui. I was still working on the game. Honestly, I didn't... When I was first starting to work on the explosion, I just didn't want to stream it. I wanted to get it at least a few frames done myself because I wasn't sure if it was going to turn out or not. And so I didn't want to get on stream and commit to something that I was unsure on. So like once I got it kind of locked in after first few frames, I'm like, yeah, this is good. So I felt good about coming on today. Like I don't like to come on stream unless I have like some notable stuff done for the game. And a lot of the stuff that I did over the weekend, like animating all the leaves and stuff, I haven't really shown that. So there's stuff that I'm getting done that I'm keeping kind of under wraps until I have more of it to show. But there's stuff that is for sure progressing. That is behind the scenes. I don't show you guys everything. I only show you the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip. Dong, 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 dong. But there's definitely a lot of refinement we need to do to the Goblin Bomber to get him fully integrated. Probably end up doing that tomorrow or something, hoping that I can finish this tomorrow. Like maybe bang out one more of these frames today and then that'll leave 6 more frames to do, each one easier than the last. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Whoops. Jumping around like crazy. Some of these, I am going to use that darker tone. Let's get a few shadows in here. Do-do-do. Little occlusion, shadow, little of this, and a little of that. Do my eyes deceive me? Is that the grumble? What's up? We're blowing shit up. How was your stream, man? Welcome in, welcome in. We're just chilling. Slowly piecing together this explosion for the game. Here I can show you guys the game in context. Let's actually save out the latest and greatest. The latest and graviest. Just like that. Bam. It was good finding bugs here and there. Oof, I love that. Sorting out them bugs. Let's see. Give me... yeah, barricade. So here we go. This is the Goblin Bomber. He comes in. Boom. He's roughly put into the game right now. He's not fully... integrated correctly, so he's a little bit misaligned and a little bit fucked up, little janky, but We'll fix them soon. But that's the dude. He's like basically a creeper. You know, he blows stuff up instantly. And he's going to be a real pain in the ass. And so, yeah, I'm just working on slowly animating the explosion. Trying to make it look nice. Yeah. Today, we've been on for almost 8 hours, and I did this frame and this frame. 2 frames, baby! But I actually just finished this frame. So I can start another frame. These 2 frames took me 8 hours. Wow. Pixel art does take forever, guys. It's a big-ass sprite, though. It's a big-ass explosion, so it is what it is. Nice little swirl. A little swirl in that smoke. Have a good rest of your stream. Aw, dude, get to bed. Thank you so much for the raid. I will do my best to take care of your crew. We are going to do another frame here. At least get one started. Let me see. Oops. Oops. So I need to... Gotta slowly push these lines, and then also we gotta make sure that the swirl continues here. And push a little swirl energy here.
Come on.
He's a process, a process. Defender, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Coding, what's going on? Going bum over here? Oh, really? Oh, really? Boom. How's it going? It's going pretty good. It's the explosion we got so far. Trying to add in a new frame. It's happening. It's a very explodey type of day. We just blowing up. Got a raid from Grumble the Pugs. Been kicking it. How have you been, man? What's going on? One of these. These. One of these. Going good. Trying to wrap up some day job game dev and looking forward to doing some work on my game later. Let's go. Nice. Love to hear it. That's all we do day in and day out. We're making game. May the daytime game dev gods be good to you so that you may have ample energy for your stuff later. Wrapping up some French fry dev at my day job. French fry dev. Well, well, well. I never. Never. One more frame in the works. Super, you fell asleep? You start the explosion over? Never! I will never start it over! It's been 8 hours for 3 frames. We got 1, 2, and then the 3rd frame just started. Farther than I expected. Here, let's just look at what we did today with a nice little tag. And extend it by 1 frame. And we will slow it down. So you see it's starting to progress into the dark black smoke. A little bit issues here. How did I get that backwards? There's definitely going to be a lot of going back and stitching these frames together. It's a lot of detail to pull together. There we go. Hey, mommy, mama. Damn. How did I already go 8 hours? Time flies when you're blowing shit up. Pretty long stream, morning here, so I didn't even notice. Yeah. Well, I did. I noticed. Every painstaking moment. This particular animation is especially excruciating. It's very intense. Very intense. Because it's a lot of hours per frame, and it's like for just a quick explosion moment. Kind of nutty. Kind of nuts. Probably end up using it for more than one enemy, honestly. Definitely need to recycle some of the VFX at some point. What is your process here? You have a number of frames picked out. How are you tracking visually what happens in the explosion without reference? Seems so abstract. How do you know what comes next? Well, I studied a lot of explosion animations, and I picked out things that I liked about it. And so it's not that hard to track things, because I'm not specifically tracking every individual detail. I'm tracking the flow of things. So like the smoke, for instance, below the mushroom cloud here, everything's just expanding in every direction. And as long as it's just kind of like a general expansion, it's okay. And same with the smoke. The smoke is expanding and it's starting to lift off the ground, and the stuff above the mushroom cloud is pluming out and swirling and going off, like, so the right side of the mushroom cloud is swirling and like doing kind of like a swirl on swirl to the right, and the other way is going counterclockwise. And then they're just going to kind of dissipate. So really it's just like following the motion that is it's already set in motion, and I'm just following the momentum of what's already there. Because once it turns into smoke, it's just like gently rises. So I need it to just move ever so slightly while it's kind of doing little swirly effects in certain areas. So it kind of expands and splats out and just does its thing. And then I just figured out frame to frame what details I want to carry through. And it'll, you know, once it's all there too, I'll continue tweaking. Save. But yeah, I was studying like metal slug explosions, and there was a particular one, or a particular type of one, I should say, that like followed a certain pattern. And I just broke that pattern down. And that's what I'm doing. But once you're like, after you gotten a few frames in, it just sort of writes itself. Because like, if you see me at the beginning, as I'm like putting in the starting lines, I'm really just drawing the same lines that were in the prior frame, just slightly moved. And so I'm just deciding like which one and like what directions things are moving in. And I'm trying to just maintain a consistent movement pattern. So it's really just taking a life of its own, basically. Know what I mean, Jellybean? Melodies create themselves. I'm just a conduit. But no, I did a lot of metal slug study. So I basically am following their theory. But I'm removing detail, because like the metal slug detail, that the amount of detail they put in is insane. And so I'm doing kind of like a distillation of their style. So it's a little bit the structure and color theory, And then when it comes to the details, I'm just doing my own. And it's funny to think that I'm making it even like less detailed because it's already taken me 8 hours to do 2.5 frames. I couldn't even imagine just trying to do the amount of detail that they put in. It would take me like 2 weeks to do all of it. I ain't got time for that. I just don't even think it's necessary. It's like diminishing returns after a certain point. You know, there's like a level of detail and like a quick action moment that just doesn't matter. But I don't know what they were smoking over there at Metal Slug, but they were kicking ass. Top notch. This is like one of those things artists are like, oh, I'm just some simple painter guy. And then they track 150 visual elements changing at once. They track themselves, man. You don't have to like, just let it flow. Let it flow, man. Let it explode. Just let it effing explode. So I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow if I'm good. Who knows if I will be good. Maybe this week is opposite week and I'll stream on Thursday instead. I don't know. I'll try to stream tomorrow probably. Because it'll be good to just grunt on this a little bit longer tomorrow. I might do a little bit of work on it before stream and then stream it. And we got to do the rest of the frames. And I might even try to finish this last frame tonight. This frame. Let me see. Where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 frames. And we did 3 today. So then that would mean we need to do 6 tomorrow. Which honestly should be possible. Because like the remainder of the frames, like things are going to clump together more and simplify. And then we'll just be doing general passes. I hope that I can get it done. I don't know. If I might grind and try to get like a few more frames done tonight. Like overall, we was trying to accomplish 8 frames. So really I should get 4 frames done today. Wait, no. This and 1 more frame, 2 more frames. This and 2 more frames. This and 1 more frame would probably be like the max I could do today, maybe. I don't know if I can do that. What's the conduit rap line from? It's from a 311 song. Melodies create themselves. I'm just a conduit. Something else, and I'm on to it. I don't remember the lyrics. 311 lyrics are generally pretty campy and forgettable. But to be fair, I have a shitty memory for that stuff, so. To be fair to Nick Hexum, who wrote those lyrics. I've been a long-time 311 fan. I've been to many shows. I like positivity in music and music that doesn't take itself seriously. It's good. It's good. You know, it's like when you watch like a bad movie on purpose because it makes you happy. That's how I feel about 311. Like some of the riffs and stuff are really cool, but a lot of it is just kind of like good, bad stuff, you know? Like, it's not cool, but it's fun and it's happy. It's like uplifting. So I'll take it for that. Cool enough. Thanks for your perspective. Well, you're welcome. You asked for it. You come here for the Riyin art perspective and you get it. I think I need to take a fat break, which means I'm probably going to end stream soon and go eat some food and maybe just like watch some shows for a little bit and then come back and try to do some more. Oh, this explosion is a real grind. Just the fact that I decided to emulate this style was insane of me. But I'm putting in the work, so I'm earning it. You'll trade some expertise when you pull the fry basket out of the oil. You want to hit it and shake it a bit so the fries don't stick. Did you eat your burrito? I did eat my burrito, but actually I only ate half of it, so I have another half to eat. But shit, it's too late to order any food, so I have to eat what's in my fridge. I got some diced up pineapple, and I'll probably just make some like avocado toast and some peanut butter and banana toast. And then on the side, do a little fruit bowl with some apple, some pineapple. And I think that's all I have. Maybe a few little cubes of cheese, and then the rest of my burrito. Just a feast. A veritable feast. Filled with fiber and antioxidants and all kinds of sugar and crap. Just to fire me up. And I can come in and finish 2 more frames. Oh my God, it looks like it's going to be another 12-hour day, folks. Probably not on stream, though. I'm just going to go take a nice little break. And then I'm going to come back and just work on my own for a few more, and then tomorrow I'll be back, and guess what we're gonna do? More explosion. So we just really have to grind the shit out of this, and tomorrow hopefully we can cap it and then just move forward. But then we have to do another explosion for the comet meteor. I keep calling it the comet, but comets and meteors are very different. It's the meteor storm card, so we need to get that explosion in. And I don't know if I'm just going to try to like take this explosion and just transpose it into that. I might take a few frames from it, but I think I'm going to have to do like another explosion for that potentially. Unless it's like the perfect size. I don't know. The only thing about this is explosion is it's so big that I kind of want to limit how much of this explosion I put on. And for the comet or for the meteor storm, there's going to be a bunch of explosions because there's going to be a bunch of meteors hitting. It's not just going to be one. So it's like, I feel like if I spammed this explosion all over the screen at once, it would just be like too much. So I think I might try to just work with what I already have, but we'll see. Admit it, you just want some privacy work while you sing Britney Spears aloud. Spears, what's wrong with me today? Bro, what's up, free code? I don't ever listen to Britney Spears, but I'll tell you what, when she first came out, when I was in high school, I had a mad crush on her. I was like, damn, Britney Spears is cute as fuck. And I hated her music, but she was cute. And this was like her like first album, like very first, you know. But then like, you know, she became a psychopath, and she was a pop star. It wasn't cool to like pop stars, but she was hot. I thought she was cute, you know? Aside from that, and then who else? It was like, what was her face? Christina Aguilera. Christina Aguilera was like the butterface one. Wasn't pretty at all, but she was like way skankier and a way better voice. She was like actually talented. But still, she just had pop music, so it was like, whatever. I didn't really listen to that stuff, but it was on all the time. See, back then, everyone just watched MTV, and MTV just played like the same 10 songs in a row over and over for like 3 months, and then it would be another 10 songs. And so everyone knew the same freaking music everywhere you went. It's not like that anymore. No one, like, there's barely any overlap. That's why I think like a lot of shows and movies play like old ass music now. Like everything's old music because it's coming from the era where we all had common ground and we were all familiar with the same music. Like nowadays, if you were like to listen to like the most current music, no one would know, you know, any of it. At that time, that's true. Yeah, you got spammed. It's, yeah, like, and if you listen to the radio station, it was the same thing. They played like the same 20 songs over and over all day long. So if you listen to the radio station, it's literally just the same like 20 song playlist on repeat. And then if you watched MTV, it was the same 10 songs on repeat. And I'm pretty sure like they all just paid to be like put on, you know? You remember having a crush on Avril Lavigne? One time I swore Avril Lavigne came into the Starbucks that I worked at when I was in college. It was some short chick that was dressed up just like her. And I'm like, oh my God, it's gotta be her. But I doubt it was. She was just some short chick dressed like her. Yet another pop star I thought was cute, but didn't care about her music at all. Man, I hated that so much. I know, it was the way of the world. Now we just like listen to everything on shuffle and on demand, and we're more looking for like a vibe we can sink into so we can lock in and do the things that we do. But back in the day, you used to buy an album, you'd put on a CD into your stereo, and you would just listen to the entire album. And you would get like used to the album. As soon as a song would end, you would like be expecting the next song. You would hear it in your head before it even started playing. And now, like, as we listen to stuff on shuffle, there's just this constant feed of fresh content coming our way. It's never like getting familiar with something and then having like that comfort routine, unless you make like a playlist that you play over and over, which we do on this stream. We have a playlist that I play constantly, but to be fair, there's like 3,000 songs on the playlist. So the likelihood of songs repeating is less likely, but you know, it happens. What name did you write on the cup? Oh shit, I don't remember. I probably should have written out like Avril. That would have been good. A phone number? That's also a good play. Now that I grew up, my crush is Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda is definitely from the silent generation. But, you know, it's like okay to look back and see how hot actresses were when they were super young. I mean, come on. Like, I always had a crush on the actress who played Mary Poppins. I always thought she was super cute. Forget her name. But that's definitely like way older actress. Yeah, Julie Andrews. I always had a crush on her. Girl Next Door to the Extreme. Adorable. Adorkable. The sound of music. Yes. Yes. But, yeah, guys, I think I'm going to start looking for someone to raid. Can you stand it? Happy Wednesday, Epic! Oh, man, I'm supposed to stream on Wednesday. It's supposed to be Tuesday today. I guess it is Wednesday. Shit! I will be streaming today, but it'll be much later. I'm going to go and eat and try to work on this a little bit more, and then tomorrow we'll continue working on the explosion. Try to finish it. Because, oh my god, it is a grind. And then I'm never going to do this big of an explosion ever again. We're going to have to do a much smaller explosion for the meteor. But we got to keep it going. You're the opposite. You like the lady from the Titanic, but not in any of the flashbacks. Are you... You're what they call a grave digger. Typically, I arrived when the stream is done. Epic. I normally would be streaming for longer, but as you can see, I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, and I just want to go take a break and be good to my body, to my blood circulation, and just take a nice walk around and eat a nice feast. Maybe watch a little show for a little bit, just veg out, maybe TikTok for a while, watch some fucking garbage, and then maybe come back and work on it a little bit more. But I already put in 8.5 hours, and by George, we got 3.5 frames, or 2.5 frames. 3? What? I mean 2. 2.5. This is all we did on stream. In 8 hours. And I was working nonstop, by the way. It's not that I was going slow. It's that I was going at the speed that it required to get this frame done, and this frame started. That's what we did today. You're looking at 8.5 hours of work, guys. Gravedigger. Can you believe it? Now do you appreciate pixel art? It's so much work. So far we have 10 frames, and we need, my plan is 16 frames overall. So we need 6 more frames, well, 6.5 frames, and I'm hoping that I can finish 1 more frame tonight at least, and then, but if I'm on a good one, then I'll try to finish 1 more frame after that. And then tomorrow, all I have to do is 5 frames. So then that would mean I got 4 frames done today, 5 frames done tomorrow. Why is that off, though? I was thinking, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, if I get 4 frames done today, 4 frames done tomorrow, which means I need to get 5 done today, because I was working on the 8th frame at the start of stream, but I want 16 frames overall. Oh my god. We have ads in 40 seconds, so I'm going to wait till after the ads, and then we're going to say a proper goodbye, and we were going to go and raid somebody. We'll be chilling for a little bit longer. Speaking of Wednesday, Jenna Ortega. I liked Wednesday. I thought Wednesday was really well done. It felt good. A good watch. Jenna Ortega, I think, did a great job. She really was into that role. I didn't really buy into the Beetlejuice that came out, but I'll probably check it out at some point. What even is exploding? Forget I ask? I'll show you. Are you watching We Leave? Are you watching? First, we must start with our starting hand. Beetlejuice was... Oh, you're talking about the new Beetlejuice? Was it entertaining? We Leave, are you watching? Are you watching We Leave? I have to know. You must confirm so that I can show you the Goblin Bomber. Yes! All right, here we go. Here he comes. He's coming. Look at him. He's running in. He's running in. Boom. There you go. Did you see it? The Goblin Bomber is not fully built yet, but that's what it is. That's what the explosion's for. It's for him. Here you go. See what I mean? See what I mean? He's not fully integrated perfectly yet. He's just kind of like, we still got to position him correctly. He's not on the right Y-axis, and he's a little janky, especially when he gets hit. And he's kind of like a unique enemy because he like dies to attack, and I need to probably change that to an attack. But I was hoping that if I just made him die, then I have to prevent like the looting and also the everything else. But if I put him through the die path, then he'll just be like removed. He'll be marked for removal. But then again, I could maybe make him an attack and then just mark him automatically for removal. Who knows? We'll sort it out eventually. You didn't expect that much, and it was okay, in my opinion. Well, I'll have to check it out. Yeah. It's not high on my priority list, but you know, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. Let's see who's out there making stuff. Gotta look for them pixelators. Some pixelators. What's this guy doing? Ugh. Nasty ads. Everywhere I'm going. We back from ads? Well, now we can have our long, relaxed goodbye. So what's this guy doing? Down. All right. I think I found somebody. All right, so I'm going to be back tomorrow. And we're just going to continue on the explosion, and I might get some of the work done tonight. I might not even do a damn thing tonight, and we might just continue on. Either way, shit is going to get done. I swear to Pete, we will get it done. Things will be moving forward. But yeah, thank you guys for watching on TikTok and for watching on YouTube and for also watching on Twitch. You guys are awesome. We will be back tomorrow for more exploding action. Explosion. So I found someone to raid, So I'm going to put it in, but we got to start with our outro music here. Here on Twitch. R7, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So I found someone new. I've never rated this person before, but it looks like they got a little pixel art game going. They might be using the game engine, I think. Looks like probably Godot or some stuff. And yeah, I hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your Wednesday. I should be back this evening at some point. It's probably going to be at a really weird time, considering I'm on like a very strange schedule right now. But, you know how it goes. So, friend, thank you for streaming with me, for hanging out. And thank you for watching, guys. You guys are legends. You are the best of the best. And I will be back tomorrow. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays is when I stream, supposedly. And I always flake on one or two of the streams and just stream the next day. But I really try to stick to Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. It just depends on what I'm doing in the game dev process. If I'm like at a real sensitive junction, then I just kind of stick it out myself and do it. But otherwise, I stream everything. I think it's important to have that solo dev time to really knock stuff out. All right, here we go. I'll see you guys on the other side. Farewell, and be well. Have a good, some solo boom. Later, guys.